Chapter 1799. Everyone had an emperor weapon. This battle wasn't going to be easy. Now that Manchu and the rest had taken out their defensive emperor weapons, it meant that there was no way to fight. The old mansion master's face was filled with astonishment when he saw this. That was an emperor-grade armor. Even a perfect realm might not be able to get one because of the huge amount of materials required. But now, Manchu and the rest had one each. Many sector lords' attacks landed on their bodies, but they couldn't even break through their defenses. Ha ha! Young Master Tian's carefree laughter rang out, as expected of the variable in the divination. Every time, you can give me a big surprise. With this, our chances of winning are even higher. Moreover, this battle seems like a little bullying. One side was armed to the teeth and had tyrannical combat strength, while the other side was unarmed. Under such circumstances, it was indeed a bit of a bully. Moreover, Zichen's doppelganger wasn't any weaker than his original body. Every time he drew his bow, there would be a perfect realm cultivator facing death. Although the opponent had a lot of people, there was no way to fight this battle. But this time, Zichen directly aimed at a sector lord. Even though the opponent had already sensed it, a single arrow was still insta-killed without any suspense. This was the difference. Zichen shot 2 more arrows, and another 2 sector lords died. Powerful sector lords were the envy of all realms. Today, they were the targets of a massacre. But these sector lords couldn't escape from this massacre. Charge and kill him. Otherwise, everyone will die. Seeing their comrades die one by one, the sector lords went crazy. They shuttled through space and charged towards Zichen. The bow's power was long-range. Once it got close, it wouldn't be effective. Everyone believed that as long as they got close to Zichen, they would be able to kill him. But as soon as they moved, Zichen was already gone. The original body had the fastest speed in the world, but the doppelganger's speed wasn't weak either. Zichen flashed to another location and shot another arrow. The 4th sector lord died under the mystical dragon bow. Damn it! Don't just stand there like idiots. Hurry up and come over. Are you just going to stand there and wait for death? A sector lord angrily shouted at those domain realm experts. At this moment of life and death, those people actually stood there foolishly and watched the show. The group of domain realm cultivators came to their senses and charged towards Zichen. As for why they didn't charge at the others, it was because they were all too weak before the imperial armaments. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Zichen's mouth when he saw this scene. Next to the doppelganger Zichen, 2 figures appeared out of thin air. These 2 people both had the appearance of Zichen, but their auras were completely different. One of them was surrounded by a resplendent golden light and held a dragon spear in his hand. The other person was surrounded by a silver light and also held a dragon spear in his hand. Those were the 2 clones Zichen had once used. However, the weapons in their hands were only royal armaments, not imperial armaments. Following 2 loud dragon roars, the 2 clones instantly transformed into dragons and charged toward the domain realm experts. Either of the 2 avatars was equivalent to Zichen using only one type of energy, which was equivalent to Zichen's usual strength when he was hiding his true strength. Any one of them could easily kill the domain realm experts, not to mention the 2 clones. The 2 clones transformed into dragons and charged forward to kill. That's right, it was a massacre. Regardless of whether it was the humans or the foreign races, they couldn't escape from Zichen's hands. Zichen is really something. As a legendary figure, Taki Pang couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene. The battle was completely one-sided. Manchu and the others, who were armed to the teeth, displayed their powerful combat strength. Let's wait for the lords to appear. 4 absolute earthly sovereigns and 8 sector lords had died, but they still couldn't stop Zichen. Finally, they stopped charging forward foolishly and hid themselves. This kind of aimless charge was purely courting death. Once their defense was broken, they would definitely be killed by Zichen. In an instant, everyone disappeared and hid in their own worlds. Because of their levels, Manchu and the others couldn't sense the exact location of these people. Zichen also lost his target and couldn't help but frown. This way, even if he had powerful means, he couldn't sense the location of others and naturally couldn't kill them. As for the domain realm experts, they also hid, but Zichen could sense with his perfect spiritual thoughts that the clones were still killing. In an instant, there were two extremes in the situation. On one side, there was a frenzied slaughter and endless screams, while on the other side, it was very quiet. Manshur and the others had their backs against each other, gripping their royal armaments tightly as they guarded their surroundings in case the domain realm lords suddenly appeared. Zichen was still aimlessly searching for his target, so the situation was very passive. Kill to your heart's content. Young Master Tian's voice suddenly sounded. He waved his sleeves, and the white chess pieces on the chessboard suddenly left the chessboard and flew into the void. The white chess pieces flew out and stopped at various places, floating in the air. Since they are chess pieces, they naturally can't escape the senses of the chess pieces. Young Master Tian said, "The chess pieces correspond to the positions of the other chess pieces." A light flashed in the eyes of Zichen's clone, and he directly shot an arrow at a stopped white chess piece. Bang! The arrow shot out, and the chess piece exploded. A scream was heard as a domain realm lord appeared and died. All the domain realm lords were chess pieces, and they all had corresponding positions. At this moment, they were hidden, but the chess pieces automatically marked their positions under the control of young Master Tian. Bang! Zichen shot another arrow, and another white chess piece shattered. The arrow directly entered the void and appeared on the other side. Another domain realm lord appeared and fell to the ground, dead. Die! Manshur shouted as he raised the mace in his hand, and with a destructive aura, he hit a white chess piece. Swish! A trace of heavenly Tao energy was added to the spear. Obeying heavenly Tao held the spear tightly and shot it at a white chess piece. Wu Xie, fortune teller, Jin Qingcheng, and the others also launched powerful attacks one after another. Their targets were the unmoving white chess pieces. At this moment, with the white chess pieces pointing the way, these hidden domain realm lords became living targets. Bang! 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 The white chess pieces shattered one after another, which meant that the domain realm lords were dead. Some white chess pieces were directly hit away and didn't shatter. This meant that the domain realm lords were still alive, and they just had to continue attacking. Looking at the battle, Old Mansion Lord nodded with satisfaction and said, "The battle here is already decided. I wonder how the other places are doing." Young Master Tian said, "During this period, we have already deduced many times. The biggest variable is here. As long as we can protect this place, our chances of winning are as high as 80%. Although this was the weakest battlefield, it was also the biggest one. Once this place couldn't hold on, both young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord would face the danger of death. Once the two of them died, the underground seal would naturally dissipate. Hence, in the previous deductions, this place was the most crucial and also the most variable. Fortunately, Zichen, this variable, didn't disappoint them. Once again, he perfectly deduced the strongest variable. Under the continuous deaths, these domain realm lords also sensed that something was wrong and appeared again. However, this time, they didn't care about Zichen and the others. Instead, they directly rushed towards young Master Tian and Old Mansion Lord. Obviously, they also grasped this crucial point. As long as they killed the two of them, the seal would be broken and the foreign race's old monster would come out. No matter how powerful the variable was, they would still die. Looking at these domain realm lords whose eyes were red, young Master Tian couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, he couldn't fight, and Old Mansion Lord couldn't fight either. However, he didn't remember saying that they couldn't defend. Old Mansion Lord just shook his hand and a light shield enveloped the two of them. This was just a temporary light shield. Normally, if a complete earthly sovereign attacked with all his strength, it would only take 3 attacks to break it. However, there were no complete earthly sovereigns here, only lesser complete earthly sovereigns. If everyone joined forces, it would take a few breaths of time. This time wasn't long, but it definitely wasn't short because in a few breaths of time, Zichen would be able to shoot more than 10 arrows and kill more than 10 domain realm lords. These domain realm lords seemed to have gone crazy as they desperately attacked the light shield. Puff! Zichen easily drew his bow and shot an arrow through the forehead of a domain realm lord, ending his life. Man Sure and the others flashed forward and attacked with all their might. It was useless, completely useless. These domain realm lords desperately attacking the light shield would only cause them to die faster. Desperate screams resounded throughout the entire mansion. Another domain realm lord died. Who would have thought that so many domain realm lords would die in the hands of 8 domain realm lords? Moreover, from the beginning to the end, they didn't cause any effective damage. They were very unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, other than cultivation realm, resources became the main factor that determined success or failure. If everyone had royal weapons and armors, they would definitely be able to defeat Zi Chen and the others. How could they die so tragically? The battle ended, and not a single domain realm lord survived. As for domain realm lords, only one was left. Lord Zi Chen, don't kill me. I'm Di Ku, a native of the battlefield of despair. I'm from the same clan as the Tomb Guardian clan. In front of the 2 clones, a peak domain realm lord was hiding in a corner, his face full of fear as he begged for mercy. You're Di Ku, the one who destroyed the teleportation array, the golden Zi Chen clone said. It's a misunderstanding, Lord Zi Chen. This is a misunderstanding. Back then, Di Ku's face was full of fear as he immediately tried to explain. Puff. A dragon spear pierced Di Ku's throat. The golden Zi Chen said coldly, I hate traitors like you the most. Di Ku seemed to want to say something, but blood kept pouring out of his mouth, making it impossible for him to say a single word. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his life was extinguished. At this point, all the domain realm lords were dead. Not a single one of the cultivators from the 2 great clans was left alive. The battle here was over, but no one was excited because there was another battle waiting for them. Nodding at young Master Tian and the old mansion lord, Zi Chen led the group of 7 into his own domain realm. Chapter 1800. Just as the clone led Man Sure and the rest to kill the sector lords, Zi Chen's real body was fighting against Wang Yuanshan and the Paragon. To put it nicely, it was a fight, but in reality, he was just stalling for time and running away. After Wang Yuanshan brought the Paragon to Zi Chen's domain world, he didn't have a direct confrontation with Zi Chen. Zi Chen's domain world was almost limitless, and with the world's fastest speed, he could escape as he wished. Haha, kid, die. When they first entered Zi Chen's domain world, Wang Yuanshan laughed proudly, thinking that he had tricked Zi Chen and that this battle would end quickly. But Zi Chen didn't say anything, he turned and ran. Kid, don't run. Wang Yuanshan and the small perfection stage cultivators began to chase after Zi Chen, shouting loudly. However, they discovered that Zi Chen was actually faster than the 2 of them. Kid, don't run if you have the ability. Wang Yuanshan was flustered and exasperated as he couldn't catch up to Zi Chen. But Zi Chen didn't stop. I don't believe you can keep running like this. Wang Yuanshan's voice gradually became weak, but Zi Chen still didn't stop. He knew his own situation very well, only the peak of the blade could threaten Wang Yuanshan, but once the other party was on guard, with the addition of the Paragon, they could still kill him. As the 2 chased, they became more and more surprised. This was only Zi Chen's domain world, but it was like a complete world. Above the domain realm, one could see a person's potential through the size of the world. Although the size of the world would affect one's leveling speed, in the same realm, this kind of existence was definitely a peak expert. How much rule power did he comprehend? Why do I feel that this is a complete world? There are all kinds of rules. The Paragon was also very shocked. We must kill this kid. Wang Yuanshan said coldly. Zi Chen's potential was too great, it made him feel apprehensive. After running for an unknown amount of time, Zi Chen suddenly stopped and turned to face the 2 experts. Why did you stop running? The 2 of them stopped 100 meters away from Zi Chen, and Wang Yuanshan said coldly. Zi Chen pointed at the ground, where the mountain range was densely packed with trees. After searching for so long, I finally found a place with good feng shui for you. Do you think it's a good place for you to die? Wang Yuanshan coldly snorted and said, shameless boasting. As for the lesser perfection, he was very nervous. He had seen Zi Chen's means with his own eyes, and he definitely had the strength to kill him. This time, he was only a support, and Wang Yuanshan was the real main force. Boom! A powerful aura suddenly came from the side of the small perfection stage, and the entire space began to distort crazily. The expression of the lesser perfection cultivator changed drastically, and he immediately turned his head around. The void in front of him split open, and a huge spiked club appeared, sweeping toward his face. Imperial weapon! Shock flashed across the eyes of the lesser perfection realm cultivators, and they immediately mobilized the 9 paths world force around them to form a perfect defense. You are courting death. While the small perfection stage was defending, Wang Yuanshan let out a cold shout as the long sword in his hand slashed towards the wolf tooth club. Clang! The long sword struck the wolf tooth club first, and a sonorous sound burst out. The unstoppable spiked mace was instantly shaken into the void by this blow. Seeing that the attack was blocked, before the small perfection stage could heave a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a long spear flying behind him, aiming for his back. Puff! Facing the powerful attack of Shuntian Dao, the small perfection stage defense was instantly shattered, but his body moved a few meters away, dodging the attack. Wang, the clone, who had been waiting for a long time, released the bowstring in his hand. The void trembled, and an arrow emitting gold and silver light shot towards the small perfection stage. Puff! The arrow pierced through the small perfection stage's forehead, and the latter's body was forcefully sent flying a few hundred meters away. After landing on the ground, the small perfection stage stopped breathing. Damn it! Wang Yuanshan stood with his sword in hand, and his face was filled with anger as he looked around. With a flash of brilliance, Manshur and the others appeared one after another. Seeing so many people, Wang Yuanshan's face was filled with astonishment. Why are you all here? Don't tell me you don't care about their lives. Zi Chen said faintly, the others are all dead. What? Wang Yuanshan's face changed, and he looked around again. At a glance, he saw the imperial weapons in the hands of Manshur and the others, as well as the imperial armors on their bodies. Imperial weapons and imperial armors. I didn't expect you to return from the depths of the world with such great gains. It's just SOSO. Zi Chen took a step forward, holding his saber in front of his chest, and his expression became extremely solemn. No one would believe that a group of domain realm cultivators would fight against a complete earthly sovereign. If it weren't for the imperial weapons and imperial armors, Manshur and the others would never have dared to provoke a complete earthly sovereign. Wang Yuanshan's expression also became solemn, and the anger on his face disappeared. At this moment, he became unusually calm. Come on, let me see what you've got. He held the imperial weapon tightly, and it emitted a bright light. The first to act was Zi Chen. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Yuanshan, and the energy of the entire world began to tremble, forming a huge pressure that enveloped Wang Yuanshan. This was the pressure of the world, and its purpose was to stop Wang Yuanshan's actions. Buzz! Wang Yuanshan's body flashed with light, and 81 rays of realm power were added to his body, shaking off the energy pressure. Zi Chen took a step forward, and his right hand rested on the hilt of his saber. His eyes were fixed on the scabbard in his hand, and there was nothing else in his eyes. The calm Wang Yuanshan was a little nervous. Go to hell! The transformed man-sha was in a berserk state, and the mace in his hand smashed down. Swish! Shuntian Dao mobilized a trace of heavenly Dao power, and rushed toward Wang Yuanshan with his spear. The Book of Destiny pointed at Wang Yuanshan, and a ray of light fell from the Book of Destiny in the sky. At the same time, a light figure appeared from the Book of Destiny, holding an imperial weapon and wearing an imperial armor, and rushed toward Wang Yuanshan. Dong Qing, Shong Guanhong, and Jin Qingcheng attacked one after another. The group had been together for a long time, and their coordination was very good. In an instant, all of Wang Yuanshan's escape routes were sealed. At the same time, the group formed a tacit understanding, and many attacks approached. In the distance, the doppelganger Zi Chen drew the divine dragon bow fully, and looked for an opportunity to release an arrow at any time. Zi Chen's real body was also looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Wang Yuanshan stood in the air, and the 81 realms around him were circulating crazily. He held the imperial weapon in his hand tightly, and his expression was calm. Clang! The sword light flickered, and Mansha's mace was blocked by the tip of the sword. A huge force was instantly released, and the mace was blasted away, and Mansha was pushed back. The flickering sword light did not stop after the mace was pushed back, and it tapped on the spear. With a clang, Shun Tian Dao was pushed back. The tip of the sword drew a perfect circle, and the attacks from all directions were blocked instantly. The group that attacked immediately retreated. When facing a Great Perfection Realm expert, they could only join forces, and after one attack, they could only escape. There was no way they could resist. Buzz. Just as Wang Yuanshan made his move, the doppelganger Zi Chen immediately released an arrow. The divine dragon arrow turned into a ray of gold and silver light, and shot toward Wang Yuanshan. Clang. However, such a sharp arrow was still blocked by Wang Yuanshan, and the arrow was sent flying. However, his body swayed slightly, and it looked like he lost his balance. However, Zi Chen still did not use his saber, and his eyes were fixed on the saber. Retracting his sword, Wang Yuanshan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He did not expect Zi Chen's perception to be so sharp. He deliberately swayed his body and pretended to be weightless, but the other party did not fall for it. The group that could slaughter a group of Great Perfection Realm experts found themselves at a loss when facing Wang Yuanshan, a Great Perfection Realm expert. The first wave of attacks was perfectly blocked by the other party. Not only did he not make any mistakes, but he also purposely created a loophole. Buzz. A terrifying aura surged, and the second wave of attacks from Manshur and the others arrived. It was said that they could only attack together, and that was why Wang Yuanshan could not resist. If they attacked one by one, Wang Yuanshan would seize the opportunity to kill one of them. After all, they were not Great Perfection Realm experts, and they could only attack Wang Yuanshan until he was on the defensive. Once he took the initiative to attack, their lives would be in danger. Clang. Clang. Sword lights flashed continuously, and the sound of clanging resounded continuously. Wang Yuanshan was constantly neutralizing the group's attacks. During this period, doppelganger Zi Chen stood in the distance and continuously shot out threatening arrows. Powerful energy surged continuously, to the extent that Zi Chen's world space started to distort crazily. The terrifying aura continued to wreak havoc, and the mountains below were shattered, and the trees were turned into dust. Facing the group's continuous attacks, Wang Yuanshan's counterattacks were on point and timely. He did not make any mistakes in his continuous attacks, nor did he appear to be weightless and unable to dodge in time. Zi Chen, who was prepared to kill in one strike, held his saber hilt, but was unable to strike. From this, one could see the strength of a Great Perfection Realm expert. For a moment, the situation was in a stalemate. If not for doppelganger Zi Chen's attacks, Manshur and the others would definitely die if they faced Wang Yuanshan. You want to kill me with just your strength? Dream on. Wang Yuanshan's lips curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Kill. Manshur and the others shouted coldly, and a new round of attacks reappeared. However, this time, before their attacks could reach Wang Yuanshan, Zi Chen, who had not made a move all this time, suddenly pulled out his saber. Swoosh. Bright saber light flashed, and an ultimate strike was displayed. Even though Wang Yuanshan had already experienced such a strike, the appearance of a new strike still made him feel that he could not dodge it. His expression changed drastically, and he no longer paid attention to his surroundings, and focused on blocking Zi Chen's strike. The long sword vibrated at a high frequency, and the 81 realm forces were also constantly circulating, causing the speed of the sword to increase. Stop it. Stop it. Wang Yuanshan's eyes were fixed on the strike, and the long sword in his hand moved even faster. Clang. The sound of clanging resounded again, and Zi Chen's ultimate strike was blocked by Wang Yuanshan. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Boom. However, at this moment, Mansha's attack landed on his body, and the terrifying energy vibrated, and the defense around his body began to tremble. Bang. Shundao's attack followed closely behind, and directly exploded on Wang Yuanshan's body. With two attacks, Wang Yuanshan's defense was shattered. Puff. At the moment when his defense was broken, an arrow flew from afar, and directly pierced his chest. Then, another sword light landed on his body. Puff. Puff. Jin Qingcheng and Wu Xie's attacks also arrived, and completely penetrated Wang Yuanshan's body. Chapter 1801. Changing their attack strategy, Zichen took the lead and disrupted Wang Yuanshan's attack rhythm. Following that, many attacks broke through Wang Yuanshan's defense and penetrated his body. Swoosh. 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 Wang Yuanshan was already injured, but the group didn't continue fighting. They instantly retreated. An enraged Wang Yuanshan definitely had the strength to kill them. Swoosh. A sharp sword light streaked across the place where the group was previously standing. Wang Yuanshan stood in the void, holding a sword with one hand. There were many bloody holes on his body and blood flowed out from the wounds. His hair was disheveled and his face was ferocious as he stared coldly at Zichen. Swoosh. Zichen didn't wait for the other party to continue talking nonsense. In this kind of battlefield where only one could survive, Zichen, who didn't need to stall for time, had always been very straightforward. Another peak attack that wasn't any weaker than the previous one swept towards Wang Yuanshan. Ah! Wang Yuanshan shouted as he unleashed all his strength and slashed forward with the longsword in his hand. Facing the threat of death, Wang Yuanshan definitely performed exceptionally. He used his heavily injured body to block Zichen's peak attack. Bang! The bright blade light was directly shattered by the sword light. Although Zichen's attack was blocked, Wang Yuanshan couldn't block the attacks of Manshur and the others. Powerful attacks penetrated his body. Wang Yuanshan was in a deranged state. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he prepared to kill someone even if he had to die. In the distance, Zichen's clone revealed a cold smile and released the bowstring in his hand. Puff! The dragon god's arrow transformed into an arrow and pierced through his forehead. The destructive power entered his consciousness and extinguished his vitality. The arrow pierced through his forehead and Wang Yuanshan fell. A powerful Perfection Realm expert, the Deputy Region Lord of the Imperial Sky Region, who had been famous for tens of thousands of years, died under the siege of 8 Domain Realm experts. Phew! Looking at the dead Wang Yuanshan, the group heaved a sigh of relief. Facing a Perfection Realm expert, they were under a lot of pressure. During this period, they didn't dare to make any mistakes. If they made a mistake, they would still die in Wang Yuanshan's hands even with the Emperor armor. Let's go. Time was of the essence. Zichen once again disappeared with everyone. There were still a few more battles to be fought. When they reappeared, young Master Tian and the old mansion master looked at the crowd in astonishment. They did not expect that they would be able to kill Wang Yuanshan in such a short time. Who's next? Zichen turned to look at young Master Tian. Help Long Fei first. As soon as young Master Tian finished speaking, a gap opened up in the void. Zichen and his men rushed in. When they arrived in Long Fei's world, Long Fei, who was only at the small perfection level, was facing 2 great perfection level cultivators at the same time. Instead of running away, he decided to fight them head-on. Furthermore, it wasn't any weaker than the ones below. Such battle prowess also caused the crowd to be filled with admiration. Lord Long Fei, we are here to help you. Zichen shouted, deliberately attracting the attention of the 2 paragons. The 3 of them were very surprised by the appearance of Zichen and the others. However, when they asked why, Dragon Flying nodded and increased the intensity of his attacks. One of the Great Circle experts was forced to retreat. When the other Great Circle expert saw this, he launched an attack at Long Fei. Zichen teleported in front of the Great Circle expert and held the scabbard in front of his chest. The Great Circle expert's expression changed immediately. The scene of Zichen almost killing Wang Yuanshan with a single strike was still vivid in his mind. Under such circumstances, even though he had an imperial weapon, he still did not dare to be careless. Just as the Great Circle expert paused, Manshur and the others stood in position and attacked together. You're courting death. Cold killing intent flashed in the Great Circle expert's eyes. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed abruptly. This was because Zichen had attacked. It was another extremely powerful strike. The bright light of the blade filled the Great Circle expert's vision. Facing Zichen's attack, the Great Circle expert chose to block it in the same way as Wang Yuanshan. That was, He gave up on all other attacks and focused on defending against this one strike. In the end, he managed to block this strike but not the other attacks. His body was immediately pierced through. Compared to Wang Yuanshan, the Great Circle expert's battle prowess was much weaker. After the first round of attacks, the Great Circle expert was severely injured. Immediately after, Zi Chen added another strike and split the Great Circle expert's body in half. Another Great Circle expert died. In the distant battlefield, Long Fei saw this scene and understood why these people could appear here. Since they could even kill a Great Circle expert, it was obvious that those people were all dead. Hence, Long Fei exploded and injured his opponent in an instant. Immediately after, he made a second strike and destroyed his opponent. This method of killing an enemy above his level obviously consumed a lot of energy. Long Fei's face was a little pale. Let's find my En. After the battle here was over, everyone entered the World Lord of Short Fei's world. The latter was also 1 against 2, but the situation was not good. The entire battlefield was filled with dense destructive power. Within this destructive power, Zi Chen felt the power of lightning. One of the 2 Great Circle experts was severely injured, but the Great Circle expert Short Fei was also severely injured. Seeing everyone appear, my En's face immediately revealed a look of joy. However, the 2 Great Circle experts' faces changed and were filled with disbelief. Next, the battle ended without any suspense. Returning to the chessboard, Old Mansion Master looked at Zi Chen with admiration. If not for the variable Zi Chen, they would definitely have lost this game. The reason why it was a variable was that there were many possibilities. However, Zi Chen had undoubtedly deduced the concept of a variable to the limit, the true limit. Even the usually cold my En was full of admiration for Zi Chen, who was only in the domain realm. After the battle ended, Long Fei and my En looked happy, but Zi Chen's worried expression could not be reduced. Although they had won, there were still 2 more battles to be won. It was inevitable that he would be worried. Moreover, the battle there was the most crucial battle. Seeing Zi Chen's worry, young Master Tian said, "You don't have to worry. In the deduction, the only dangerous battle was here. Now that you have won, this battle can be declared over, and we will be the winner. But, Mansion Master, after all, is fighting 1 against 3. Zi Chen was still worried. It's true that he is fighting 1 against 3, but since we have deduced it in advance, we naturally have a corresponding method. As for the reason, you will understand after the battle. As for that person, you don't have to worry. The 2 great ancestors seem powerful, but they were disturbed by this underground guy, which weakened their battle strength. Since he dared to come here to accept this karma, he naturally has the corresponding battle strength." Young Master Tian smiled, then stretched out his hand and said, "Now, give me the things." "What is it?" Zi Chen couldn't help but be startled. "Those imperial weapons." Young Master Tian said. "Why should we take them out? Since they are our spoils, they should belong to us," Mancha said unhappily. Mancha said unwillingly. This time, they had risked their lives and only managed to obtain a few emperor weapons. If they were to give them away, they would not be able to obtain anything. Young Master Tian smiled and said, "Of course they are your spoils, but we need to borrow them. Only by using imperial weapons can we truly trap this guy and kill him in 1 fell swoop." "Really?" Mancha did not believe it. Zi Chen said, "Give them to him." In desperation, Mancha took out the imperial weapons. As for Long Fei, he had already taken out his imperial weapons. After taking the imperial weapons, young Master Tian said, "If you have extra imperial weapons," Mancha immediately interrupted him and said, "Imperial weapons are not cabbages, who would have extra?" What followed was a long wait. Just as everyone was getting anxious, Tang Nuo appeared out of nowhere. His robe was torn in many places, and black smoke was rising from his body. Streaks of lightning energy were rampant, as if he was struck by lightning. Zi Chen was very sensitive to lightning energy. Previously, he had already sensed the lightning energy in my En's world. Now that he sensed it again from Tang Nuo, he was inevitably puzzled. When Tang Nuo appeared, he did not tell them about the battle. Instead, he threw out 3 imperial weapons and then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Since the imperial weapons had appeared, the result was obvious. The next battle was between Ling Shuang and the two great ancestors. However, this time, Zi Chen and the others waited for a long time, but Ling Shuang did not appear. After recovering, Tang Nuo opened his eyes and glanced at the sky above the mansion. As if relieved of a burden, he said, "The battle is finally over." "Yes, it's over. After 20,000 years, it's really a long time." Young Master Tian could not help but sigh. "It's over. What about her?" Zi Chen was stunned when he heard that and asked in confusion. "She's already left," Tang Nuo said. "She's gone, she won. It's not clear whether she won or lost, but she left with the two great ancestors." As he spoke, Tang Nuo raised his hand and sent out a stream of energy. The seal of the mansion disappeared, and the entire Shuntian mansion was in a clamor again. At this moment, a message was sent to the royal sky domain. Those clans that had been waiting for a long time finally launched their strongest attack on the Wang clan. To be able to win in such a situation, young Master Tian's calculations are indeed accurate. Young Master Tian 1, Shuntian Mansion 1, the Wang clan is finished. Announced to the outside world that the Wang clan colluded with the foreign races and harmed their fellow clansmen. Kill them without mercy. Many experts from various forces rushed into the Wang clan's mansion and began a frenzied massacre. When the massacre began, in the battlefield of despair, the four great clans shook their heads in disappointment when they heard the news. Then, they ordered their men to attack and kill everyone in the Wang clan. As for the properties of the Wang clan, they were divided among the four great clans. Of course, in the process of plundering, the Wang clan also bore the crime of colluding with the foreign races. The Wang clan in the royal sky domain was almost annihilated in an instant. At the same time, the royal sky domain master announced that if there were any other forces that colluded with the foreign races in the future, the Wang clan would be their example. They would not tolerate such existences. Of course, there was no end to the Wang clan. After that, regardless of whether it was the royal sky domain or the Shuntian mansion, they sent out many missions related to the Wang clan. These missions all had high rewards. After that, the Wang clan would become the target of scorn. The battle was finally over, and the Shuntian mansion was safe. After a great purge, the Shuntian mansion was now an iron plate. Young Master Tian was prepared to use those royal weapons to set up a formation and completely exterminate the foreign races underground. During this period of time, young Master Tian told Zi Chen that if she was still alive, she would definitely come here again. Zi Chen shook his head and said, "We have nothing to do with each other. Her life and death are not important to me." Zi Chen was about to leave when Tang Nuo called out to him and gave him something. He said, "This is what the Thunder Sacred Beast asked me to pass to you." Chapter 1802. The doubts in his heart finally had an answer. Zi Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Young Master Tian was such a scheming person. Since he saw the Lightning Saint Beast, how could he not make use of it? The Lightning Saint Beast was known as the ancestor of the Lightning Clan. It was naturally an extremely powerful existence back then. Its drop in realm was only temporary. Although it couldn't be said to be able to recover to its peak in a short period of time, at least it had walked far in the realm of Sector Lord. However, because the Lightning Saint Beast had other matters to attend to, it didn't participate in this battle. During this period, it secretly sent them some trump cards. When Zi Chen entered Mai Yan's world, Mai Yan used a trump card that was specially used to deal with absolute realm experts. As for why Tang Nuo was able to kill 3 by himself, other than his own battle strength, the trump card given by the Lightning Saint Beast was also important. What's this? This was the reason Zi Chen guessed when he heard about the Lightning Saint Beast. Then, he curiously took the item from Tang Nuo. It was a round ball that emitted gentle lightning. It looked like an ordinary lightning ball and there was nothing special about it. Tang Nuo shook his head and said, "The Lightning Saint Beast didn't say. It only said that you will understand once you see it." Hearing this, Zi Chen was even more curious. Then, he used his spiritual sense to probe it. "Brat, being able to hear the voice of this ancestor proves that you are still alive. Moreover, the crisis of the Shuntian prefecture has already been resolved. First, I congratulate you for coming back alive. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. In addition, your luck is not bad. Fortunately, since this ancestor came, I left you a small gift." The lightning Saint Beast's voice stopped here. It didn't say what the small gift was. Zichen's spiritual sense probed again. After a moment, he retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. Seeing Zichen's expression, Tang Nuo asked curiously, "What is it?" "Emperor-level body refinement technique." After hearing Zichen's words, even Tang Nuo, the mansion master, sucked in a breath of cold air. Emperor-level techniques were hard to come by. As for body refinement techniques, it was even more so. He didn't expect the lightning Saint Beast to leave something like this for Zichen. Then, Tang Nuo sighed, "The lightning Saint Beast is known as the ancestor of the lightning clan. It's not strange for him to take out something like this." Then, Tang Nuo asked, "What are you going to do next?" Zichen said, "I'm going to visit a few cities. I wonder what the situation is like in those cities." Tang Nuo did not ask for the specific reason. He believed that Zichen had a sense of propriety. In reality, Zichen's question was completely unnecessary. Although the entire Shuntian prefecture was said to have 108 cities, the strongest power was still within the Shuntian prefecture. Just like Hupping City's city lord, Mu Feng, who was only at the 5th stage domain realm back then, the city lords of other cities were at the 9th stage domain realm at most. Among the top-ranked cities, there were definitely sector lords, but the number was very limited. The World Overlord realm wasn't something that everyone could step into. Even if they could, not everyone would be able to break through. The reason why Zichen and the others were able to comprehend the realm energy was because they had gone to the depths of the sterilization battlefield and thoroughly analyzed the realm energy. That was why they were able to comprehend it so easily. Otherwise, if Zichen wanted to rely on his own comprehension of the world force to break through, it would take him tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. As for Shongguan Hong and the others, because the law they comprehended was too special, it would take them a long time to break through. Those who had left back then gradually returned to the Shuntian prefecture. They gradually knew what had happened in the Shuntian prefecture. Seeing that even a perfect earthly sovereign, Mai En, was talking to Zichen as an equal, the other sector lords naturally didn't dare to be arrogant. Without staying in the Shuntian prefecture for too long, Zichen left with the 7 of them. They first arrived at Shuntian City. As the number 1 city in the Shuntian prefecture, it was still very lively even after a great reshuffle. Now, the entire city was talking about the purge incident. Gradually, Zichen also found out about young Master Tian's scheme. When he found out that the Zhu clan had been completely annihilated, with only a few surviving members escaping outside, and even the branches had been annihilated, Zichen was shocked. Apart from that, there were also many large clans in the 108 cities that had been purged. Back then, there were 1 or 2 clans that had conflicts with Zichen. After arriving at the Shuntian prefecture, Zichen and the others didn't make a scene. Instead, they chose to return in a low-profile manner. They stayed for 2 days and drank with a Shuntian Dao. On the 3rd day, they left. Shuntian Dao didn't choose to stay. Instead, they left with Zichen. Their second destination was the Hidden Fog City. This time, they didn't choose to use the teleportation array. Instead, they walked towards the Hidden Fog City. What happened in the Shuntian prefecture had already spread to the other cities. News of Zichen and the others' deeds had also spread. When Zichen arrived outside the Hidden Fog City, he saw a large group of people outside the city. The city gate was already under martial law. Many cultivators stood on both sides in silence. In front of them stood 3 people. The leader was a man in black clothes. What's going on? Seeing this scene from afar, Zichen and the others stopped. It seems to be a welcoming ceremony, said Wu Xie as he looked ahead. A welcoming ceremony? Could it be that a big shot is coming? Why are they making such a big scene? Zichen was stunned. He didn't understand what was going on. Shuntian Dao glanced at Zichen and said, "That's right. You're the big shot they're waiting for." "Me? How is that possible?" Zichen was shocked. He didn't seem to have anything to do with a big shot. Why is it impossible? You're the variable in young Master Tian's deduction. It can be said that Shuntian Prefecture won because of you. You saved the entire Shuntian Prefecture and even killed a nascent perfection realm expert instantly. If you're not a big shot, what are you? Shuntian Dao said, your mentality hasn't changed, but your status has. Let's not talk about what you've done. Just the fact that you came back alive from the battlefield of despair is enough to make you a big shot in the 108 cities. Of course, you're not the only one. We're big shots too. When Mansha heard this, he scratched his head and said, I'm a big shot too. A very, very big shot, Shuntian Dao repeated. In this place, Shuntian Dao had the most right to speak because Zi Chen and the others were the first to arrive in Shuntian City. If it wasn't for him blocking the way, Zi Chen's door would have been trampled to pieces on the day Zi Chen arrived. The current Zi Chen's status in Shuntian Prefecture had already surpassed the previous strongest person in the domain, Human Devil Token. Sure enough, when Zi Chen and the others stopped, the three people leading the group outside the hidden fog city took the initiative to walk over. I didn't know that Lord Zi Chen would be coming. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The leading black-clothed man immediately smiled apologetically. Zi Chen didn't seem to be used to this kind of friendliness. I'm the City Lord of Hidden Fog City, Lord Zi Chen. Please come in, the City Lord said. This time, I'm here to look for someone. Zi Chen didn't walk forward and said directly. Looking for someone? The City Lord was startled. Hidden Fog Shadow's family. Speaking of Hidden Fog Shadow, Zi Chen's expression became gloomy. The others behind him also lowered their heads. Little Shadow's family? Then I'm his father, the City Lord said. Zi Chen was a little surprised. His expression immediately became serious as he bowed deeply to the City Lord. Lord Zi Chen, you can't do this. You can't do this. The City Lord hurriedly walked forward and tried to help Zi Chen up. Behind him, the other two were also startled. They didn't understand Zi Chen's actions. I'm sorry that I couldn't bring Hidden Fog Shadow back, Zi Chen said. I'm sorry. Behind Zi Chen, Mansha and the others all bowed to express their apologies. Although he had expected this, the City Lord still had a trace of sadness on his face when he heard Zi Chen's words. However, when he saw Zi Chen and the others' expressions, he quickly said, we already knew about Little Shadow's matter. Before he left, we already expected this. We cultivators cultivate against the heavens. How can we be afraid of death? Lord Zi Chen, please follow me into the city. Zi Chen stood up and said, Hidden Fog Shadow and I are sworn brothers. You're his father, so you're our elder. You can call me Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen's determined expression, the City Lord didn't pretend anymore. He nodded and said, all right. Zi Chen, quickly follow me into the city. If you stay outside the city, people will think that we didn't treat you well. Zi Chen followed the City Lord into the city. Along the way, everyone curiously looked at Zi Chen and the others. These people were all legendary figures in the Shuntian Prefecture. Unfortunately, a part of the glory should belong to the Hidden Fog City. However, Hidden Fog Shadow was no longer here. When they arrived at the City Lord's mansion, all the banquets were cancelled according to Zi Chen's request. After that, Zi Chen signaled everyone to leave. In the hall, apart from Zi Chen's group of 8, only the City Lord was left. Previously, he didn't care much. However, now that there were no outsiders around, the grief on his face finally showed. Can you tell me more about Little Shadow? This was the expression a father should have after hearing about his son's death. What he did before was just the strong side he had to show as the City Lord. He was very brave. Zi Chen told him about Hidden Fog Shadow's deeds in the battlefield of despair. Hidden Fog Shadow, who already had the Devouring God seal, would definitely become an influential figure once he left the battlefield of despair. Unfortunately, he died on the dragon boat. After listening silently, the City Lord's father nodded and said, very good. My son didn't disgrace the Hidden Fog City. I will be proud of him. Zi Chen stood up and apologized again. Then, he took out the 2 imperial armaments that he had prepared beforehand. This is Hidden Fog's father looked at Zi Chen with a puzzled expression. This is what we obtained from the depths of the world. Each of us has one. One is an imperial armament and one is an imperial armor. What? The city lord immediately stood up. He couldn't be blamed for having such a big reaction. Any realm lord would have the same reaction when they heard about an imperial armament. Although the city lord wasn't a realm lord yet, there were realm lords in his family. Naturally, he knew how precious an imperial armament was. This is what Hidden Fog Shadow deserves. While speaking, Zi Chen put down the imperial armament and imperial armor. However, he was stopped by the city lord. He was very clear about the value of these two items. These two items could be exchanged for the service of a perfect earthly immortal. In terms of value, a 9th stage domain realm expert like Hidden Fog Shadow couldn't compare to these two imperial armaments. I appreciate your kindness. However, I can't keep these items. Chapter 1803. The Hidden Fog City Lord kept refusing because the value of an imperial weapon was too high. This is what the Hidden Fog Shadow deserves. We all have a set. Please don't refuse. Zi Chen had made up his mind. Also, this could be the foundation of his family. In the end, the Hidden Fog City Lord kept the item. On the same day, Zi Chen left with his people. Many people asked him to stay, and even a few realm lords appeared. However, Zi Chen only said that he was here to apologize and not as a guest. He said that he would come again if he had the chance. After hearing about the Hidden Fog Shadow, the Hidden Fog City Lord could vaguely guess what Zi Chen's next objective was. Zi Chen's next battle was the 4th-ranked Golden Leaf City. Of course, he was not there to give away the imperial weapon. He was there to cause trouble. Zi Chen had said that the name Yi would no longer exist in Golden Leaf City. This was his promise to Yi Ming. Now that Zi Chen had returned, he was going to fulfill his promise. After leaving Hidden Fog City, they went straight to Golden Leaf City. This time, even Jin Qingqing's expression was cold. Outside Golden Leaf City, the masters of the Golden Leaf and Yi families received the news and greeted them warmly. Brother Jin, your daughter has become famous this time. She saved the entire Shuntian prefecture, said Yi Ani, the city lord of Golden Leaf City. Yi Ani was at level 9 and was the city lord of Golden Leaf City. He was also the current master of the Yi family and Yi Ming's father. In the news, he heard that Jin Qingqing had returned but did not see Yi Ming. This made him feel uncomfortable. City Lord Yi, you're too polite. I heard that it was all thanks to Zi Chen from Hupping City. My daughter only took a little credit, said the current master of the Jin family politely. Brother Jin, we've known each other for so many years. Why are you being so polite? We can just call each other brothers. The city lord is the city lord. How would I dare to break the rules? The two of them were very polite, but they both had their own plans. Yi Ani coldly snorted in his heart. He felt that the Jin family's patriarch didn't know how to appreciate favors. He actually didn't give him any face in front of so many people. As for Jin Hong, he was secretly laughing in his heart. He had long heard from Qing Cheng that his little brat was dissatisfied with Zi Chen. Now that that little brat had yet to return, who knew what had happened? Moreover, Yi Ani usually relied on his identity as the city lord to help the Yi family. Back then, he even forced the Jin family to let Yi Ming propose marriage to Jin Qingcheng. However, after that incident, Yi Ming's actions were truly unpopular. In the end, during the Shuntian Prefecture Grand Competition, he was even more disappointing. Under the pressure, this matter was left unsettled. In short, Jin Hong did not like Yi Ani, and he was even more displeased with Yi Ming, who coveted his daughter. Reporting to the city lord, they are here. It was at this moment that a domain realm expert appeared. Oh, how far? Yi and Yi asked, is there a young city lord among them? Jin Hong's expression didn't change, but he was dissatisfied in his heart. Since when could the position of Golden Leaf City's city lord be inherited? No. The domain realm expert's answer made Yi and Yi's expression turn ugly. To be honest, he didn't think much about Yi Ming's safety. There was no other reason than he knew Yi Ming's character very well. He knew that no matter what, The other party would always place his life first. Therefore, he wouldn't believe that Yi Ming was dead. The most likely possibility was that he was still in the battlefield of despair. After all, this time, Tian Gongzi was plotting against the entire Shuntian prefecture. The risk he took during this period was extremely great. According to Yi Ming's character, of course, he wouldn't take the risk. Although he was very pleased with Yi Ming's choice, Yi Yanyi was still a little disappointed when he heard that Yi Ming wasn't in the team. If Yi Ming really appeared here, such a welcoming ceremony would definitely make his reputation even higher. It would make the Yi family's reputation even higher and completely crush the Jin family. As the city lord, Yi Yanyi wasn't a shy person. He quickly adjusted his emotions and prepared to welcome Zi Chen and the others. In their line of sight, Zi Chen and the others finally appeared. Everyone perked up, and among them, Jin Hong was the happiest. Because his daughter was coming back. Zi Chen was walking at the front, followed by the three ladies. Shun Tian Dao and the rest walked behind. It was the duo's first time seeing the legendary Zi Chen. At that moment, their eyes fell on Zi Chen. This was a young man with an imposing appearance. He was handsome, and he had already become a legend in the entire Shuntian prefecture at such a young age. Meanwhile, Hupping City, which was about to be forgotten by people, had also reached an unimaginable height because of Zi Chen's sudden appearance. Jin Hong's gaze swept past Zi Chen and looked at Jin Qingcheng. The first thing he saw was not his daughter's beautiful face that was as beautiful as her name, but the 3 hideous scars on her face. His daughter used to have gentle eyes and a stunning appearance. She was both beautiful and intelligent. However, now, his daughter's aura had changed drastically. She walked swiftly, and there was naturally a murderous aura surging around her. She was like a female Azura. How did this happen? Jin Hong was stunned when he saw his daughter's drastic change. Yi Ani, who also saw Jin Qingcheng's condition, was stunned as well. To be able to disfigure a cultivator, she clearly suffered a permanent injury that could not be healed. He was secretly glad that they did not get married. Otherwise, Yi Ming would become the Yi clan's joke if he married such an ugly monster. The duo went up immediately. Yi Ani said, "Welcome, welcome." The group stopped. Zi Chen looked at Yi Ani and said, "You're Yi Ani." Yi Ani was rather upset when someone called him by his name. However, considering Zi Chen's current identity, he nodded and said, "That's right. It's me. I'm Yi Ming's father. I believe you guys should know each other." Zi Chen said, "Yes, we're here for Yi Ming's matter." "What is it?" "I owe Yi Ming a promise." Yi Ani's expression immediately eased when he heard that. He said calmly, "Since you can owe Ming a promise, I think you guys should have a good relationship. Then, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter how high your status is, when you meet an elder, although you don't need to bow, you should at least address them respectfully." "Ah." Zi Chen was stunned. The others were also stunned. Their expressions became very strange. Yi Ani was so arrogant. He did not even ask for a promise and immediately put on the airs of an elder. "Got it." However, Zi Chen still responded calmly. Zi Chen's attitude made Yi Ani very unhappy. He said indifferently, "I wonder what promise you owe my son." As a bystander, Jin Hong also listened quietly. He had a feeling that Yi Ani had misunderstood Zi Chen's meaning. The two of them might have different understandings of a promise. Back then on the battlefield, I promised him that the Yi clan would no longer exist in Golden Leaf City. Zi Chen's words were still indifferent. "What?" Yi Ani heard it clearly. His expression changed and he exclaimed, "What kind of promise is that?" "Count it as a promise," Man Shi said coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and threw a punch at Yi Ani. Both of them were very close to each other. Coupled with Man Shi's unexpected attack that used the power of the realm, the punch was even more powerful. Yi Ani, who was still in a state of shock, did not have time to react. He was directly sent flying and coughed out blood. "Yi Ming almost killed all of us. This was the promise back then. Now that he's dead, your Yi clan needs to bear his sins." Yi Ani, who was sent flying, was not dead. When he heard that, he coughed out blood and said in horror, "You killed my son." "I killed him." He deserved to die. Jin Qingcheng walked out with a cold expression. It's you. The enraged Yi was just about to say the word ugly when he suddenly felt a strong killing intent. He swallowed the words back and turned to look at Zi Chen. He discovered that Zi Chen was looking at him coldly. He knew what Zi Chen had done. Zi Chen could even kill a realm lord, let alone a mere domain realm cultivator like him. He immediately said, "This is a grudge between you and my son. Haven't you heard of the saying, don't involve family members? This sentence is useful to some people, but not to others. I told Yi Ming that if he didn't stop, I would definitely harm the Yi clan. Unfortunately, he didn't listen to me. Death was the price he had to pay. Today, the Yi clan will have to pay the price." Zi Chen said coldly. Man Shi sent the city lord flying with a punch. This directly caused an uproar among the cultivators who came to welcome Zi Chen and the others. Then, the cultivators of the Wang clan rushed over. Zi Chen walked towards the Golden Leaf City. When he arrived in front of Yi Ani, he looked up at the three words Golden Leaf City and said, "My goal is to make the Yi clan decline. Getting injured is not my goal." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen raised his hand and struck out. The powerful city lord Yi was sent flying again. The destructive force entered his body and destroyed his vitality and strength. Zi Chen didn't kill him. He only severely injured him and caused his realm to drop. When his injuries recovered, the city lord could still guarantee that he had the strength of a domain realm expert, but only at the first stage domain realm. "You're courting death. How dare you attack the city lord? Everyone, attack together." During this time, many people from the Wang clan came. When they saw this scene, they immediately rushed towards Zi Chen. However, before they could reach Zi Chen, Man Shi and the others directly attacked and seriously injured them. In the process, their cultivation levels also decreased greatly. As expected. That kid's character is just like his father. Now that he has caused a big mess, the Yi clan will decline from now on. Jin Hong stood aside and sighed in his heart. He didn't go forward to greet them. At the same time, he waved his hand and called over a confidant. He said, "Go back and tell them not to act rashly. Zi Chen's target this time is only the Yi clan. If they don't want to be suppressed by the Yi clan in the future, they should obediently hide in their homes and don't come out." "Yes." The confidant nodded and immediately flew towards the city. At this moment, Zi Chen was leading people into the city. As for the location of the Yi clan, Jin Qingcheng was very clear. Jin Hong, who was preparing to enter the city quietly, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. "Senior, please help me point out the existence of the Yi clan above the fourth stage domain realm." Jin Hong was stunned when he heard this. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he had understood Zi Chen's goal and bottom line. He didn't respond. Instead, he immediately entered the city. Obviously, he was mobilizing people. Chapter 1804. The news that Zi Chen had crippled the city lord with a single blow soon spread throughout Golden Leaf City. The forces in the city also heard Jin Hong's warning and immediately shut themselves in. They did not even dare to watch the battle for fear that Zi Chen would take care of them as well. On the street, a domain realm expert was hurriedly flying. He was a 6th-stage domain realm expert. "He's from the Yi family." A voice was heard. Zi Chen raised his hand and the domain realm expert flew backward, coughing up blood. The power of the destruction realm had caused the expert's realm to drop. The domain realm expert flew backward, his face full of disbelief. He had tried to avoid the attack, but he was still discovered. Zi Chen and the others continued to move forward, followed by a group of cultivators carefully. "He's from the Yi family. He's from the Yi family. He's also from the Yi family." Along the way, all the cultivators of the Yi family who were named were crippled. All it took was one strike. Zi Chen and the others went straight to the Yi family's base. The people who saw Zi Chen's action were terrified. He was going to destroy the Yi family. Along the way, the experts of the Yi family fell one by one, each of whom was at least a 5th-stage domain realm expert. Seeing those injured people, many people gloated. As a dominant family, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of oppression and inequality. In their hearts, the Yi family had suffered retribution today. What do you mean by attacking the Yi family directly? Do you want to start a prefecture war? A fourth-stage domain realm expert jumped out and shouted at Zi Chen and the others. He had already seen that Zi Chen's target was only a fifth-stage domain realm expert. Attacking the Yi family is starting a prefecture war. Who do you think the Yi family is? The Yi family of Golden Leaf City is part of Shuntian Prefecture. The fourth-stage domain realm expert said confidently, attacking the Yi family is attacking Golden Leaf City. This is a declaration of war against Shuntian Prefecture. You're not worthy. Zi Chen smiled disdainfully and raised his hand to shoot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy struck the fourth-stage domain realm expert, but he was no longer injured. Instead, he was killed instantly. It was true that his target was those above the fifth tier. Against them, Zi Chen could only injure them. However, if those below the fifth tier jumped out, they would be courting death. After walking a few streets, Zi Chen's group of 8 split up. Zi Chen headed straight for the Yi family's residence, while the others headed for the Yi family's businesses. As the 8 of them dispersed, more than a dozen domain stage experts followed suit. These domain realm experts were all from the Jin family, and they were responsible for providing information. Jin Hong was in the crowd, following Zi Chen and the others. After the crowd separated, he followed his daughter. During this period, Jin Qingqing's attacks were very decisive and fierce. Her cold expression never changed. Jin Hong didn't know what happened to his daughter, but he knew that his daughter's heart was cold at this moment. When the members of the Jin family saw Jin Qingqing's appearance, their hearts became very complicated. After hearing that Yi Ming was killed by Jin Qingcheng, the Jin family cultivators must have guessed that there was a grudge between them. It was very likely that the permanent injury was caused by Yi Ming. For a moment, the Jin family cultivators hated the Yi family very much. Therefore, they also secretly put in a lot of effort while giving pointers. For example, if there was a person who was only at the 4th level but was very talented, these Jin family cultivators would secretly add a level to that person. As for Zi Chen and the others, crippling 1 or 10 of them was nothing. During this period, they didn't care about 1 or 2 more 4th-tier cultivators. The entire Golden Leaf City was constantly filled with screams as the domain realm experts were crippled one after another. During this period, Zi Chen and the others quickly headed for the Yi family. The news had already reached the Yi family. When they heard that Zi Chen had come to kill them, the Yi family was furious and immediately summoned dozens of domain realm experts. During this period, some elders who were in seclusion also appeared one after another. How dare you come to the Yi family and behave atrociously? You're courting death. This time, your Hupping City will have to pay the price. You're only at the 9th tier. How dare you? These elders who had come out of seclusion did not know about Zi Chen's deeds. After they appeared, they shouted coldly one after another and then launched an attack. Many 9th tier domain realm experts attacked, causing a huge commotion. Half of the city shook, the space was crazily distorted, and one building after another was completely destroyed because of the surging energy. The attacks of these Yi family experts were beautiful and gorgeous. However, before these energies could reach Zi Chen, they were shattered by the energy that surged around Zi Chen. Then, Zi Chen attacked. With a punch, a fist light flashed and an elder was hit. He coughed up blood and flew backward, seriously injured, and his cultivation level dropped. With a finger light flew out and pointed at an elder's chest. With a palm strike, another elder was sent flying. The difference in cultivation level between the two parties was not big, but their combat strength was like heaven and earth. There were a few people present. Zi Chen attacked a few times, and as a result, everyone was seriously injured and their cultivation level dropped. You will die a horrible death. An elder who had already sensed the power of the 6th-tier realm fell to the ground. He pointed at Zi Chen with a trembling finger and cursed Zi Chen. Zi Chen's finger had completely cut off his fate as a realm lord. From now on, he was only a domain realm expert. Zi Chen ignored him and continued forward. The other party had been living, which was more painful than death. The same scene was happening in the other 7 places. As long as it was not a realm lord, it was impossible to stop the 7 of them. Jin Hong, who was following behind, was secretly shocked. The Yi family had actually hidden so many experts. In this great purge, the Yi family had only sent 3 9th-tier domain realm experts. One of them was Yi Ani, and during the process of carrying out the mission, they had specifically targeted some weaker existences. Yi Ani was absolutely disobeying Shuntian Prefecture's orders. It was very shameful. It took a long time to describe, but in fact, the 8 of them were moving forward very quickly. A mere Yi family could not possibly have too many domain realm experts. They had only launched an effective counterattack. After all of them were crippled, they no longer had the corresponding resistance. When the 8 of them gathered together, they had already arrived outside the Yi family's residence. Boom! The transformed man stomped down, and the huge gate of the Yi family's residence exploded. At this moment, the entire Yi family had also descended into chaos. Many of the weaker existences were hiding in various corners, appearing extremely terrified. And in some very conspicuous places, there were many women and children, looking very pitiful. But seeing this scene, Zi Chen was unmoved and said coldly, "Cripple all existences above the 5th tier. Mph, what big words. You dare to behave atrociously in the Yi family? You're courting death." An aura that belonged to a realm lord suddenly appeared from the depths of the Yi family. Then, a figure flew over. Outside the Yi family's residence, many people felt the aura of a realm lord. Their expressions changed drastically, and they burst out in exclamations. "There really is a realm lord." Jin Hong sneered. A 9th-tier expert, in the Golden Leaf City, was definitely an existence that could summon wind and rain. And a realm lord appeared, it could be said that he was at the level of a ruler. The aura of a realm lord was released, creating a strong pressure. Many cultivators who came to watch the show felt their legs go soft after feeling the pressure of the aura, and directly collapsed. "You've come to the wrong place. Do you think that our Yi family doesn't have a realm lord?" A domain realm expert of the Yi family, who was terrified just now, said confidently after seeing a realm lord appear in his family. "Mph, today, this will be your burial ground. Don't you know where this is? How dare you behave atrociously here? This day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Obviously, after having a realm lord, the Yi family was more confident. Swoosh! Zi Chen only felt the aura of the realm lord who came, but did not see the other party's appearance. He directly drew his sword, and a bright blade light flew forward. Pu. The realm lord, who had just arrived, did not even have time to say a second sentence before the bright blade light swept past and his body was split into 2. The domain realm experts of the Yi family, who were incomparably proud of themselves, were dumbfounded after seeing this scene. A powerful realm lord was actually cut in half by a single blade. In the distance, there was also a burst of commotion. Looks like the rumors are true. Zi Chen already has the strength to kill a realm lord. Jin Hong, who saw this scene, sighed in his heart. All cultivators above the 5th tier will have their cultivation crippled. All cultivators above the realm lord level will be killed. Zi Chen's words were cold as he held his long blade and rushed into the depths of the Yi family. In an instant, he felt the aura of 2 realm lords moving away. They were trying to escape. However, Zi Chen had the world's fastest speed, so there was no way they could escape. The entire Yi family fell into a dead silence, and during this period, no one made a sound. This was because Zi Chen's saber strike was simply too shocking. A powerful realm lord, a supreme realm lord, was actually killed in a single blade strike. Everyone entered the depths of the Yi family one after another. The last person, Wu Xie, looked at the dead realm lord and shook his head. When the realm lord died, the world automatically hid itself in the void, and the wealth on the realm lord's body could no longer be obtained. When Man Shi and the rest reached the depths, they only saw 2 realm lord corpses. The Yi family had a long history and was considered a family with a strong foundation. However, the number of realm lords was limited, and there was not a single small perfection realm lord. After Zi Chen killed the 5 realm lords, he had already cleaned up the Wang family's realm lords. The dead Yi Ming would never have thought that Zi Chen would have the guts and strength to find trouble with the Yi family. Moreover, He had destroyed this family with a long history in a single day. The battle in the Yi family had ended. All the Yi family experts in the city had their cultivation crippled. At this moment, there were no longer any fifth-tier domain realm cultivators in the Yi family. Of course, Zichen couldn't wipe them all out, but there was no lack of people in the world who could beat a drowning dog. Zichen believed that the other families in the Golden Leaf City would definitely complete their suppression of the Yi family. The entire Yi family would no longer have a chance to rise in the Golden Leaf City. As for those experts who were lucky enough to escape this calamity, they would be hunted down by the other forces. This was the family's benefit. Without saying goodbye to Jin Hong, Zichen brought his men and left the Golden Leaf City. After leaving the city, he turned back to look at the top of the city gate, where the words Golden Leaf City were carved. Chapter 1805. Looking at the three big words of Golden Leaf City, Zichen muttered, "Yi Ming, I have fulfilled my promise to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen drew his blade. Swoosh. The bright blade light flew towards the word Yi. Puff. The blade light went straight into the city wall and the word Yi disappeared. From then on, Golden Leaf City was renamed as Jin City. The powerful Yi family fell in a day. Jin Hong stood in the distance and stared at Jin Qingcheng nervously. Jin Qingcheng seemed to have sensed it and turned to look at her father. She did not say anything and turned to leave with Zichen. Zichen's next battle was Darkness City. This was the home of the Dark Mantle, and the Dark Mantle's Dark Clan was also a big clan. News of what happened in Golden Leaf City had already spread to Darkness City. When they heard that Zichen's next battle was in Darkness City, it caused a huge commotion. The Dark Mantle's Dark Clan was even more terrified. Speaking of which, the Dark Clan was not as strong as the Yi clan. If Zichen could destroy the Yi clan in a day, he could naturally destroy the Dark Clan as well. But even if they knew in advance, the experts among them did not dare to deliberately escape. They were afraid that Zichen would kill everyone to vent his anger. Therefore, the higher-ups immediately held a meeting, and the final result was that in order to prevent the entire clan from falling, the Realm Lord left first. As for those above the 5th level, those with high potential left. The rest were waiting in the clan, waiting to be crippled by Zichen. It could be considered as letting Zichen vent his anger. However, Zichen, who was advancing according to the distance, did not expect that he would bring such a big trouble to the Dark Clan. In the entire Darkness City, there were many clans who were ready to make a move. They were waiting to see the Dark Clan's good show, and at the same time, they were waiting to completely crush the Dark Clan. This time, there were even more cultivators gathered at the city gate. Many forces were waiting to see a good show. At the front, other than the City Lord of Darkness City, there was also a middle-aged man kneeling. This person was only at the 7th level and he had been kneeling since the morning. "Second brother, for the sake of the family, I can only wrong you," the City of Darkness Lord said helplessly. "Big brother, this is all my fault. I can't believe I gave birth to such an unfilial son. Not only did he die, he even implicated the entire family. When Zichen comes, I will kill myself before the family is destroyed," the middle-aged man said without raising his head. "City Lord, they are here." A domain realm expert appeared in a flash. The City Lord of Darkness nodded. His eyes were filled with pain and despair. This time, the Yin family was in danger. The middle-aged man raised his head. He looked very similar to the Dark Mantle. His eyes were filled with determination. In his line of sight, Zichen's group of 8 appeared and walked towards him. Seeing the person kneeling in front of them, everyone had a puzzled look on their faces. "So you're Zichen," said the Dark Mantle's father. "That's right." Zichen nodded. "You've come for the Dark Mantle." "That's right." "Very well. I'm the Dark Mantle's father. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Your grudge with the Dark Mantle is mainly due to my lack of discipline. Today, I'll use my death as an apology. I hope you can let the Yin family go." As soon as he finished speaking, the energy around the Dark Mantle's father's body surged. This was the prelude to killing himself. Wait. The 7 people behind Zichen were dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is he committing suicide all of a sudden? Boom. Fortunately, Chen reacted quickly. He waved his sleeve and released a wave of energy. This wave of energy directly sent the dark mantle's father flying. At the same time, the destructive energy forcefully entered the dark mantle's body, preventing his death. The dark mantle's father's face turned pale. The city lord beside him also shook his head in despair. Obviously, Chen had no intention of letting the family go. In the distance, many people sneered and shook their heads when they saw the dark family's act of self-sacrifice. Chen wasn't stupid. He's here to exterminate a family. It wouldn't do to let a father die. Chen stepped forward and held the dark mantle's father's arm. He asked in confusion, "Senior, what's the meaning of this?" The dark mantle's father coughed loudly. His expression was filled with despair. He looked at Chen and said, "You're here for the promise." Chen nodded and said, "You can say that." The dark mantle's father closed his eyes and said in despair, "If that's the case, Darkness City will be renamed as Darkness City today." Chen was confused. "Senior, what's the meaning of this?" "The dark mantle and I are life and death brothers. This time, we're here to apologize. How can we change Darkness City's name?" Swoosh. The dark mantle's father immediately opened his eyes and stared at Chen. "What did you say? What did you just say? What's the relationship between you and my unfilial son?" "Life and death brothers. The dark mantle is my life and death brother. This time, we're here to apologize." Chen repeated again. He still didn't understand the situation. "You're not lying. Senior, please get up first." "No, I'm not getting up. First, tell me if you're lying to me. You're really not here to destroy my dark family. My unfilial son has no enmity with you." Seeing the dark mantle's father's appearance, Chen finally reacted. He originally came here with a sorrowful heart to apologize, but now he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What's going on here? Changing Darkness City's name to Darkness City, isn't this idea too wild? I'm really here to apologize. Senior, please get up first." "I'm not getting up unless you promise not to kill anyone." Chen was very helpless and also felt very hurt. If the dark mantle's spirit was in heaven and saw this scene, he probably wouldn't recognize him as a brother. He could only say to the people in the distance, "Is your city lord here?" I am the city lord." Behind Chen, the city lord's cautious voice sounded. "You're the city lord? Then this is your idea. Call uncle up first." Chen looked at the city lord and said, "Uncle." The city lord was startled. After considering Chen's expression and the stunned expressions of his companions, he clearly felt that he had misunderstood. He immediately said, "Second brother, get up first. What's a big man like you doing kneeling on the ground and crying?" "You are." Chen used a respectful tone. "I'm his big brother and also the uncle of the dark mantle." The city lord said respectfully. "Chen greets uncle. I'm a life and death brother of the dark mantle." Afraid that the other party wouldn't believe him, Chen hurriedly waved his hand to signal Man Shu and the others to come over. He introduced, "This is Shendao. This is the fortune teller. Man Shu, Wu Xie, Jin Qing Cheng, Shongguan Hong, Dong Qing. Greetings uncle, greetings uncle." The few of them immediately bowed. Facing this kind of situation, it was obviously not fake. If they were really enemies, they wouldn't act like this. The two of them finally relaxed. The crowd in the distance looked at this scene in a daze. It seemed that the script didn't develop according to their expectations. Chen didn't come to change the name of Dark City, he came to apologize. As for the Dark family, it was purely a false alarm. The entire Dark family suffered the feeling of going from hell to heaven. After hearing the story of the Dark Mantle, the father of the Dark Mantle said, "There shouldn't be any problems with my usual teaching of that stinking brat. He really gave us a fright just now." That's right, that's right. They were afraid that you, Chen, would make our Darkness City change its name. The experts of the clan have already left, otherwise they would have come out to receive you. The City Lord of Darkness also said. Chen touched his nose and said in astonishment, "Am I that scary?" "It's more than scary. The Yi family of Golden Leaf City has been passed down for more than 100,000 years. However, they were still wiped out by the 8 of you. Now, in the entire 108 cities, other than Hupping City, I'm afraid that more than 90% of the cities don't want to see your arrival. This was the truth. Because no one could guarantee that Zichen was here to apologize or to change the name of the city. After a false alarm, those experts who had left returned one after another. Among them, a few realm lords appeared. After hearing that Zichen and the Dark Mantle were life and death brothers, they immediately expressed that they would bury the Dark Mantle in their family cemetery. Because of the Void Realm, Zichen purposely stayed in Dark City for a day to attend a party. After that, he considered his current influence. During the party, he said that the next place he would go to would be the 6th city. At the same time, he also expressed that the city was also a life and death brother of his. On the second day, when Zichen and the others were preparing to leave, Zichen found a chance to be alone with the Dark Mantle's father. He took out the Emperor weapon and Emperor armor and said, "Uncle, I didn't bring the Dark Mantle back. These are the things that I promised the Dark Mantle back then. 1 Emperor weapon and 1 Emperor armor. I hope that Uncle can keep them." The Dark Mantle's father was of course stunned. He subconsciously wanted to refuse because the items were too precious. "Uncle, don't be in a hurry to refuse. We all have these items. Moreover, they were promised to the Dark Mantle back then. To me, no matter how good the weapon is, it can't be compared to my brother's life. At the same time, keeping these items in the Dark Clan can be considered as a kind of foundation. Perhaps in a time of crisis, it can resolve a crisis for the Dark Clan." After leaving behind the weapons, Zichen and the others left. Next, there were 2 more cities that needed to be repaid. Because they had already been divulged earlier, these 2 cities didn't cause any trouble. Zichen sincerely expressed his apologies and then secretly gave away the weapons. These families were also overjoyed because not only did they have the weapons, they also had a relationship with Zichen. One must know that the current Zichen in the entire Shuntian prefecture was like the sun at noon. Moreover, there were private rumors that when Zichen broke through to the Realm Lord realm, he would be the next prefecture lord. It was naturally a very fortunate thing to have a good relationship with such an existence. Everything had been settled. Next was the final battle, which was Hupping City. Shuntian and the others didn't leave. They planned to follow Zichen to Hupping City to take a look. They wanted to see the place where Zichen rose to prominence. Zichen naturally didn't have any objections to this. Moreover, everyone had gone through too much killing previously. It was time to relax. All the cities maintained vigilance towards Zichen's arrival. Only Hupping City wasn't. Now, there was no need for the people of Hupping City to deliberately scout for information. Every day, there would be some forces coming to express their goodwill and at the same time provide Zichen's whereabouts. Although Hupping City couldn't be said to be the strongest city, it was definitely the city with the highest popularity. When they were still 100 miles away from Hupping City, Zichen saw the welcoming party. Chapter 1806. The procession in Hupping City to welcome Zichen extended over 100 miles. The upper echelons of Hunter's Castle were all present, along with the heads of all the aristocratic families and the city lord of Hupping City. The person standing at the head of the procession wasn't the city lord, nor was it the highest manager of the castle, Lord Wu. Instead, it was Ling Xing, who had recognized Zichen back then and had been addressed as Elder Ling by Zichen. As Zichen's reputation grew, Ling Xing's status in Hupping City also grew. This time, Zichen's reputation had reached an unprecedented height. He had become a legendary figure in the entire Shuntian prefecture. Naturally, Zichen's legendary deeds were discovered by others. During this period, there was the matter of Zichen spending a lot of resources to break through to the Emptiness Realm. Ling Xing had fully supported Zichen in that matter and had even gotten into an argument with some of the upper echelons. Although this matter had passed for a long time and the unhappiness from back then no longer existed, bringing it up again made Ling Xing's status and reputation even higher. Without Ling Xing, Hupping City wouldn't be where it was today. Now that Zichen had returned, Ling Xing stood at the head of the procession. After him were Shangguan Hong's parents and the other upper echelons of Hunter's Castle. Comparatively speaking, City Lord Mu Feng's position was a little behind. A few days ago, the cultivators in Hupping City had formed a 100-mile procession. During this period, all sorts of discussions had been heard. Zi Chen's deeds were clearly recorded in the Zi Chen Pavilion, so everyone could remember everything by heart. When Lord Zi Chen was in the Domain Prefecture, he was the leader of Shuntian Dao and the others. Back then, Lord Zi Chen displayed unparalleled battle strength. That's right. This time, Lord Zi Chen saved the entire Hupping City. Now, he can already kill a Sector Lord. That's right. Sector Lord, Hupping City still doesn't have a Sector Lord. I didn't expect Lord Zi Chen to be able to kill a Sector Lord. The crowd continued to discuss and the atmosphere was very lively. Lord Zi Chen has returned. With a loud shout, Zi Chen and the others appeared in his line of sight. Looking at the young man in the lead, the crowd burst into cheers. Zi Chen! Zi Chen! Zi Chen! Wu Xie! Wu Xie! After a round of cheers, Mansure and the others followed. Clearly, not only was Zi Chen a legend, but Mansure, Wu Xie, and the others were also legends. Zi Chen was very surprised by the enthusiasm of the cultivators of Hupping City. Zi Chen, welcome back. Ling Xing and the others walked forward. Elder Ling Zi Chen smiled. Then, Zi Chen greeted these people. As for Shangguan Hong, she threw herself into her mother's arms. Uncle, Zi Chen called out to Shangguan Hong's father when he saw him. Good boy, I didn't misjudge you. You're definitely not a fish in a pond, Shangguan Mingxing said with a smile. After the two parties met, they walked toward the city. Within 100 miles, cheers could be heard. The enthusiasm of the cultivators of Hupping City was evident. When they were a few miles away from the city gate, Zi Chen immediately saw the towering statue that towered over the city. He asked in surprise, "What's that?" "When you didn't come out from the Manor Realm, we thought something had happened to you, so we built the Zi Chen Pavilion to record some of your deeds for future generations to remember," Ling Xing said. Due to the ranking back then, Hupping City was now much larger than before. The spirit qi in the city was also very rich. After entering the city, the group walked directly to Hunter's Castle. To be honest, this was their home. News of Zi Chen's return spread throughout Hupping City. Next, the whole city celebrated. Because of the existence of Zi Chen and the others, Hupping City reached an unprecedented height. The whole city celebrated for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zi Chen told them about the things that had happened in the past few years. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, they also heard the various dangers involved. Zi Chen's achievements were partly due to luck, but the dangers he encountered were also the key to his current achievements. During the 3 days of celebration, no one deliberately cultivated. Just as Ling Xing said, it was rare for them to rest. 3 days later, Old Man Shenke stepped onto the teleportation formation as promised. Meng Shi also came with him. After hearing that Meng Shi was a realm lord, Hunter's Castle welcomed him with the highest standards. This could be considered the first realm lord to come to Hupping City in several tens of thousands of years. Through Old Man Shenke, Zi Chen learned about the commotion in the Imperial Sky region. After hearing that the Wang family had been completely destroyed, he was also very surprised. The game was indeed a game. It directly involved many forces. However, Zi Chen didn't comment on those forces. They belonged to the side that won the game. When those forces destroyed the Wang family, they raised the banner of destroying all families related to the foreign races. Therefore, once they lost, not only would those forces be indifferent, they would probably even come to congratulate them. Zi Chen arranged for Old Man Shenke to stay in Hupping City. At the very least, his safety could be guaranteed here. There wouldn't be so many schemes. After staying in the city with Old Man Shenke for another 5 days, Zi Chen and the others left Hupping City and went to Tiger God Mountain. That was also the last stop of their trip. They were going to see Wushuang. When they came to the dense forest again, they couldn't help but sigh. Back then, in order to prepare for entering the Manor Realm, they came here to capture many battle beasts with high-level bloodlines. At that time, Zi Chen and the others were very proud, thinking that they were lucky enough. However, they didn't know that all their actions were under the supervision of Hupping City. They flew over the dense forest. Everywhere they passed, all the battle beasts prostrated themselves on the ground, looking very frightened. After passing through the dense forest, the group saw a magnificent mountain. The peak of the mountain reached straight into the sky and into the clouds, towering and majestic. This was Tiger God Mountain. At first glance, it made people feel reverence. At the foot of the mountain and halfway up the mountain, there were many buildings. Figures flashed on the mountain path. To be precise, these weren't people, but battle beasts in human form. Tiger God Mountain had contributed a lot to the encirclement of the Zhu family this time. Even 2 high-level life forms had died in battle. Zi Chen and the others stood in the air and looked at the magnificent Tiger God Mountain. Before they could announce their names, someone flew over and said respectfully, "Are you Lord Zi Chen?" "That's me," said Zi Chen. "The clan leader invites you. Please follow me." Tiger God Mountain was a force and a large clan. The clan leader was a white tiger that had lived for countless years. He had once appeared in the sky above the Zhu family. Just his tiger head alone filled the sky. Because they had participated in the battle, when they returned to Shuntian Prefecture, they heard about what had happened there. Therefore, these high-level life forms on Tiger God Mountain were very familiar with Zi Chen's deeds. Knowing that Zi Chen had arrived, many battle beasts also appeared and curiously sized up Zi Chen. "He must be here to see Big Sister Wu Shuang." "Yes, I heard that Big Sister and Zi Chen had a marriage contract." "How is that possible?" During the process of climbing the mountain, discussions rang out one after another. Hearing the 2 words marriage contract, Zi Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was just a joke by the elders of Tiger God Mountain. He didn't expect that Wu Shuang would bear a grudge against him. This was told to him by the wolf cub. Unfortunately, the wolf cub died in the last battle in the Netherworld realm. At the peak of Tiger God Mountain, Zi Chen met the clan leader of Tiger God Mountain. This was a middle-aged man whose vitality was at its peak. When he saw Zi Chen and the others, he had a gentle smile on his face. "This time, you have done well." His gaze swept across the few of them, full of admiration. He was talking about the matter of Shuntian Prefecture. "Thank you for the praise, Senior," Zi Chen said politely. This clan leader was an existence of the empty realm at the weakest. Coupled with the potential of a higher life form, his battle strength should be comparable to Tang Nuo. "You are all heroes of Shuntian Prefecture now. How come you have time to come to my Tiger God Mountain?" The White Tiger clan leader joked. "We are here to see Wu Shuang. How is she recently?" Zi Chen asked. Looking at Zi Chen meaningfully, the White Tiger clan leader smiled and said, "In this Tiger God Mountain, only others are not good. There is no such thing as this little grandaunt. Unfortunately, she has fallen into a deep sleep, so I'm afraid you won't be able to see her." Deep sleep. When a higher life form reaches adulthood, they will fall into a deep sleep. When she wakes up naturally, she will be an emperor realm. This was the advantage of a higher life form. Many humans risked their lives in order to become a sector lord. Some could not break through in their entire lives. However, a higher life form only needed to sleep to break through naturally. Not seeing Wu Shuang, everyone was a little disappointed. Moreover, Wu Shuang's sleep time was uncertain. Everyone could only bid farewell and leave. When they returned to Hupping City, it was time to part ways. Because next, everyone needed to go into seclusion to break through to Sector Lord. Shuntian Dao, Jin Qingcheng, and Fortune Teller stepped into the teleportation formation and left, returning to their respective cities. When they next met, everyone had already become Sector Lords. "We should also go into seclusion to become Sector Lords. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Wu Xie seemed to be a little impatient. Although the difference between realm force and realm force is only one word, the difference in quality is too great. "We need to go into seclusion," Man Shi said. Zi Chen nodded and said, "Everyone should go into seclusion to break through as soon as possible." "That's right. After breaking through, we will go out and explore." Man Shi laughed loudly. After returning, Man Shi and Wu Xie went into seclusion one after another. Shongguan Hong returned to Shongguan clan. Dong Qing was the same as Zi Chen. They were homeless and stayed in Hunter's castle to go into seclusion. The four of them went into seclusion one after another, leaving only Zi Chen. Zi Chen, who originally wanted to go into seclusion, did not have the slightest intention of going into seclusion. In these 3 days, he tidied up the things on him. Some of the things that he did not use before were left in Hunter's castle for future generations. At the same time, he also left behind a few dragon weapons and rainbow weapons, as well as many other resources. "You are leaving?" Ling Xing saw Zi Chen's action and couldn't help but ask. "I am going to find a friend from Sky Marshal Continent." Zi Chen said. "Then you are not going to come back?" "After I find everyone, I will come back. But as for how long it will take, I am not too sure." Ling Xing did not urge Zi Chen to stay. He had some understanding of Zi Chen's situation and knew that Zi Chen was worried about the safety of his friends. Now that Hu Ping City had stabilized, as long as Zi Chen was alive, Hu Ping City would be fine. Moreover, there was still Man Shi and the other 3 overseeing Hu Ping City. Zi Chen stepped into the teleportation formation and left. He thought that he was very secretive and no one would be able to see through his thoughts. But in the distance, there were 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, watching him leave. Chapter 1807. Looking at the departing Zi Chen, a cultured and refined young woman stroked Shongguan Hong's hair and said, "You really don't want to go?" Shongguan Hong was silent, her eyes full of hesitation and struggle. "Happiness is something you have to fight for yourself. That silly boy doesn't understand now, but one day he will." Shongguan Mingxing said, "As long as you are happy, we will be happy." Zi Chen thought that there was nothing abnormal about his behavior, but how could he escape the perception of this attentive woman? His heart already belongs to someone else. If I insist on following him, I will only make things difficult for him. Moreover, this time he is going to find his lover. Looking at her parents, Shongguan Hong's hesitation disappeared, and a smile reappeared on her face. There are many kinds of happiness in this world. He is looking for his happiness, and I will silently bless him. And I have parents, so I will also be happy. Shongguan Hong leaned into her mother's embrace, tears falling down. Just as Zi Chen had made his choice, she had also made her choice. "Let's go." Shongguan Mingxing sighed, but didn't say anything else. Just as the 3 of them were about to leave and return to their clan, another person appeared in the distance. This person wore a black robe, and his entire body was wrapped in the black robe, making it impossible to see his appearance. But Shongguan Hong recognized at a glance that it was Dong Qing. Because the 2 of them were really too familiar with each other. Wrapped in the black robe, she directly walked towards the teleportation formation. It seems that she has also made her choice. Shongguan Hong turned back and walked towards her clan. Everyone had the right to make a choice, just like her choosing to give up and bless. Even with her personality, she knew that Dong Qing's choice was not to pursue happiness, but to silently protect. She was willing to always protect him, to always be his follower. The teleportation formation directly sent Zi Chen to Shuntian City, the only place that had a teleportation formation to Shuntian Prefecture. "Lord Zi Chen." The cultivator guarding the teleportation formation was also stunned when he saw Zi Chen. "Have you come to find young Master Tiandao?" Zi Chen shook his head and said, "No, I want to go to Shuntian Prefecture." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The guard led Zi Chen to another teleportation array. Zi Chen's figure flashed and disappeared. A moment later, the teleportation formation lit up again, and a black-robed man walked out. This was the second person from Huping City to be directly teleported here today. "Send me to Shuntian Prefecture." A clear and cold voice rang out. The guard nodded and didn't say anything else. He directly led Dong Qing into the teleportation array. Not everyone could casually use the transmission array to enter Shuntian Prefecture, but the people of Huping City were not restricted. After arriving at Shuntian Prefecture, Zi Chen went straight to the prefecture master's mansion. He was going to look for Tang Nuo. "You came looking for me so quickly. Could it be that you've already guessed that I would pass on the position of manor head to you?" Tang Nuo teased as soon as they met. Pardon my rudeness, mansion master. This time, Zi Chen is here to consult you on a few matters. What is it? It's about teleportation between different regions. Next, Zi Chen would be crossing an entire continent. During this time, he would need to use many transmission arrays. The transmission arrays of Shuntian Prefecture and Imperial Sky region would be open to him for free, but that might not be the case for other regions. Furthermore, Zi Chen couldn't rely on brute force to fight his way through one by one. In that case, Zi Chen would only die faster. You're leaving? Tang Nuo was stunned. Zi Chen nodded. I have to leave. I was planning to pass on the position of manor head to you after I'm done with the matters here. My friends from Tianwu continent are in other regions. I'm going to meet them. Seeing that Zi Chen was determined to leave, Tang Nuo was a little disappointed. However, he didn't stop Zi Chen. Instead, he took out a small pouch and gave it to him. What's this? Zi Chen took the pouch and asked curiously. World Emperor Stone, a rare crystal that contains world energy. It's an essential item for a world lord's cultivation. It's also the common currency between world lords. Its value is slightly lower than emperor rank materials. Zi Chen released his spiritual sense. As expected, he sensed a dense amount of world energy. However, this world energy wasn't pure and was very heterogeneous. Compared to the world energy in his world, the quality was much worse. As his spiritual sense swept through, Zi Chen discovered that there were a total of 10,000 pieces inside. This is equivalent to the value of an emperor weapon. Consider it as your compensation. As for the emperor weapons from last time, they're currently in use. You can't take them away. This was clearly Tang Nuo's compensation. Zi Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted it. You've already become a world lord. You have to be careful when you go out to train. Remember, it's best not to kill anyone in the same realm as you. Tang Nuo warned. Why? Zi Chen was puzzled. A world lord is different from a domain realm expert. After their death, their world realm will automatically hide in space. No one can obtain the wealth inside. If you kill someone, you won't get anything. However, if you don't kill, you can still obtain the maximum amount of resources. Of course, if it's a life and death grudge, you'll be killed without mercy. Zi Chen was deeply aware of this. Back then, he had killed Wang Yuanshan, a small perfection and a great perfection expert, in his own domain. However, Zi Chen hadn't been able to sense the other party's world. At that time, he had been very puzzled, but he hadn't expected this to be the reason. Zi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. It's good to go out and explore. The War Marshal continent has 9 continents. If we were to divide them according to ranking, we're only the 9th continent. Compared to the other continents, we don't have a lot of resources. Zi Chen bade farewell to Tang Nuo. After leaving the mansion, he walked towards the teleportation array. This time, he was going straight to the Imperial Sky region. Next, he would be going through a series of large-scale teleportations. Not long after Zi Chen's figure disappeared, Dong Qing, who was covered in a black robe, also stepped into the teleportation array. Although Dong Qing wasn't as famous as Zi Chen, it wasn't a problem for him to borrow the teleportation array. Zi Chen, who came to the Imperial Sky region, didn't cause too much of a commotion. Zi Chen was very famous in the Shuntian Prefecture and the same in the battlefield of despair. However, in the Imperial Sky region, he was nothing. Even though they had heard some rumors during this period of time, they did not recognize Zi Chen. Zi Chen's first stop was to find Meng Shi. Obviously, he was going to discuss the teleportation array. You're going to the Azure Sky region? Meng Shi looked at Zi Chen. Yes. Zi Chen said. Crossing a region. The cost isn't low. Meng Shi frowned. A World Emperor stone appeared in Zi Chen's hand. He said, is it enough? Meng Shi's eyes lit up. He said, 1 World Emperor stone is naturally enough. However, for the sake of you and Shenka, I'll help you for free. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zi Chen said indifferently. He didn't dislike Meng Shi. It was just that he didn't have a good impression of him like before. However, This didn't prove that Meng Shi was wrong. He was just better at making profits. This time, Meng Shi personally led Zi Chen out of the room. Then, they walked towards the center of the city. They went around the teleportation array and entered a courtyard. The courtyard was guarded by 9 layers of domain experts. In the center, there was a sealed teleportation array. This teleportation array leads directly to the Azure Sky region. Boy, when you go to other regions, remember to keep a low profile. Only by keeping a low profile can you live longer. Meng Shi said. Thank you. Zi Chen stepped into the teleportation array. Seeing Zi Chen disappear, Meng Shi shook his head and turned around, preparing to go back. However, a black-robed man suddenly blocked his way. A voice sounded, I'm going to the Azure Sky region too. It's you. With Meng Shi's keen perception, he naturally recognized Dong Qing. His face was full of surprise. Obviously, he was puzzled by Dong Qing's sudden appearance. Logically speaking, shouldn't the two of them leave at the same time? However, after seeing Dong Qing's outfit, Meng Shi understood what he meant. He immediately said, okay, I'll take you there now. However, little girl, I have to tell you that when you go to the Azure Sky region, don't be angry. Otherwise, you won't be able to keep up with Zi Chen's footsteps. Got it? Dong Qing nodded. He stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. This time, Dong Qing and Zi Chen didn't take much time. Zi Chen, who had just walked out of the teleportation array, walked less than 100 meters. Behind him, there was another energy fluctuation. This was a one-way teleportation array. It was only used to cross regions. Usually, it was rarely used. However, today, it was used twice. Puzzled, Zi Chen released his spiritual thoughts. He was stunned. It's Dong Qing. Zi Chen's face was immediately filled with surprise. Then, he was full of doubts. He couldn't understand why Dong Qing would come here. He didn't hear that she had friends here. In the perception of his spiritual thoughts, Dong Qing stopped after walking 50 meters. She faced Zi Chen without saying a word. Why are you here? Why are you still dressed like this? Zi Chen turned around and looked at Dong Qing. Dong Qing was silent. Zi Chen, who was very smart, immediately guessed the reason. Dong Qing didn't come to find a friend. She came for him. You've been following me all the way. Dong Qing nodded and still didn't say anything. You guessed that I was going to leave, Zi Chen asked again. He thought that his performance was flawless. He didn't expect that Dong Qing would still notice it. You might be in danger. One more person means one more portion of strength. Dong Qing didn't answer the question. Her tone was calm. Seeing Zi Chen open his mouth again, Dong Qing said in advance, I won't go back. Don't worry too much. I'm just your follower. I always have been. Zi Chen was speechless. Dong Qing's personality was relatively weak. Usually, he didn't speak much and rarely had his own ideas. However, it was this kind of person who couldn't change his mind once he had decided on something. Moreover, she had followed them here. Obviously, she had made up her mind. Okay. I hope you won't regret it. Zi Chen nodded in the end. I won't. Dong Qing's bright eyes had a smile. Soon, the two walked to another large-scale teleportation array. After paying 2 Realm Emperor Stones, they stepped into the next area. Realm of Shaking Heaven, Realm of Liu Heaven, Realm of Mighty Heaven. During this time, Zi Chen and Dong Qing passed through several large-scale teleportation arrays. The last stop was the Realm of Broken Heaven, which was also the border area of the 9th continent. If they wanted to enter the 8th continent, they could only rely on themselves. This area was relatively prosperous. Because it was the border area, there were many experts here. There were also many caravans here. It was considered an important trading area. There were only 2 ways to enter the 8th continent. One was to follow a large-scale caravan, the other was to follow an adventure team. Of course, there was also a way, which was to go alone. However, this situation was rare. Chapter 1808. When they arrived at the Realm of Broken Heaven, the two walked out of the city. Wherever they passed, many cultivators looked at them curiously. There was no other reason than the fact that they were taking the inter-realm transportation array. Under normal circumstances, those who took such an array were basically realm lords. Because only realm lords had the realm emperor stones needed for the inter-realm transportation array. However, the realm that Zichen and Dongqing displayed was obviously not realm lords. This kind of situation also existed, but it was very special. The Windbreaker team is led by realm lords to the 8th mainland's Mutian territory. The Tomahawk team is led by realm lords to the 8th mainland's Chengtian territory. The Spirit Snake team is led by realm lords. The Tyrant team is led by realm lords. When they arrived outside the city, the two heard a lot of shouting. Apparently, this place was even more lively than the realm of Broken Heaven. Looking around, there were cultivators of the domain realm everywhere. The weakest among them was at the 7th stage, which was equivalent to the battlefield of despair. Apart from that, the two looked around and saw the silhouettes of realm lords in the crowd. After hearing the shouting around them, Zichen couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the border of the 9th mainland. This place is indeed bustling. Other than the people who were shouting to form teams, there were many stalls. Many of the stall owners were realm lords, and the objects of their transactions were either emperor-grade materials or top-grade royal weapons. The chips used were naturally realm emperor stones. Such a scene could not be seen in the Imperial Sky Territory. Moreover, it was relatively difficult to meet a realm lord in the Imperial Sky Territory. The Central Heaven Territory that the monk told Zichen before leaving was in the 8th mainland. To reach the Central Heaven Territory, one had to go to any territory in the 8th mainland and take the transportation array to enter the Central Heaven Territory. From the shouting, these teams would arrive at the two territories of the 8th mainland. One was the Mutian Territory, and the other was the Chengtian Territory. Zichen went up to negotiate. "You want to go to the Mutian Territory?" The shouting was interrupted, and the 9th stage realm lord looked at Zichen. "Yes. 10 realm emperor stones. There are 2 of us. 10 per person, 20 in total." Seeing Zichen's hesitant expression, the eyes of the 9th domain realm cultivator flashed. He said, "We, the Windbreaker team, are honest and honest. Furthermore, we have a realm lord leading the team. When we cross the border mountain range, we don't have to worry about emperor-level beasts at all. We only need to be on guard against king-level beasts." Zichen hesitated. "But 20 realm emperor stones is too much. Let me think about it." After speaking, Zichen turned and was about to leave, but that 9th-level immortal king pulled him back. That 9th-level immortal king's attitude changed greatly as he spoke. "I say, brother, the price is negotiable. My name is Merman. How about this? If there are really 2 of you, I will give you a 20% discount. Each of you will be given 8 world emperor stones. You can go and inquire about this price. In a group led by a world overlord, this price is definitely very good. Naturally, if you aren't afraid of danger, you can join a group led by a world overlord." Seeing that Zichen was still hesitating, Merman added, "I say, brother, our Fengpo's reputation is well known here. Since we've accepted your item, we can definitely guarantee that you'll reach the Mutian territory alive. I wonder how many world overlords are leading the group." Zichen seemed to have made up his mind as he asked again. 2 world overlords. All right then. Zichen finally nodded. The reason why he nodded wasn't because he trusted the 2 world overlords, but because he could kill the 2 of them if there were any unforeseen circumstances. "Pay 2 world emperor stones first. We'll meet here 3 days later," Merman said directly. Zichen took out 2 world emperor stones and gave them to the other party. There were still 3 days left. Zichen found an inn in the city and stayed there. In these 3 days, he was constantly strengthening his world energy. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed and it was time to depart. Dongqing had been waiting outside the room for a long time, but she didn't see Zichen coming out. Just as she was about to knock on the door anxiously, the door creaked open and Zichen walked out of the room. At this moment, Dongqing could still feel the world energy circulating around Zichen's body. Her face under the black robe had a hint of surprise. "You broke through again." Zichen nodded and said, "I broke through to the 5th level by luck." It had only been a month since Chen comprehended the world energy, and he actually reached the 5th level. Even if he could refine the world energy during this time, it shouldn't be so fast. Let's go. When Chen came out of the city again, the Feng Pose team had been waiting for quite some time. After seeing Chen, Feiman said, "Brother, you made us wait for a long time. Let's go quickly." At this moment, the entire Feng Pose team was gathered together. There were more than 30 people. Other than the 20 that were at the 9th level, there were 6 world overlords instead of the 2 that were previously mentioned. At this moment, the world overlords were looking at the 2 that were late with dissatisfaction. Obviously, they were impatient to make the world overlords and other realms. Chen was a little surprised that there were 4 more world overlords in the team. However, he didn't ask much. Perhaps they were going to the 8th continent together. He immediately took out the remaining 14 World Emperor Stones. When the 6 Sector Lords saw Chen take out the World Emperor Stone, 4 of their faces flashed with a hint of surprise while the remaining 2's expressions eased up a lot. Even the World Overlords were surprised. Naturally, the other realms' expressions changed even more. And from the changes in their expressions, Chen knew that he had been cheated by this guy called Feynman. Clearly, not all of them had offered 8 World Emperor Stones. Chen's guess was right. Among these people, the one that gave the most was only 4. After Feiman took away the World Emperor Stones, he didn't care about the 2 anymore and gave the World Emperor Stones to one of the World Overlords. Let's go. That World Overlord waved his hand and the team of more than 30 people left the Broken Heaven domain. Along the way, just as Chen guessed, the team didn't deliberately rush. Instead, they walked and stopped. When the sky turned dark, the team stopped. During this period of time, some of the world overlords were chatting while others were cultivating. Among them, many of them were comprehending the power of the outer world and were improving. 5 days later, everyone gradually became familiar with each other and there were conversations between the 2 realms. "I'm Wei Yan. Your barbecue skills are not bad." Beside the bonfire, Chen, who was barbecuing meat, looked up when he heard the voice. A young man was looking at the golden barbecue he was about to barbecue. "Chen, this is my friend Dongqing." Chen smiled and said, "Why don't you sit down and eat?" "Sure." Wei Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He sat down beside Chen and said, "Brother Chen, you're so lucky to bring your wife along." Under the black robe, Dongqing's face turned red. Chen smiled and said, "Brother Wei Yan, you've misunderstood. We're just friends." Dongqing's identity as a female cultivator couldn't hide from everyone's perception. For the past few days, Dongqing had been wearing a mask, so no one had seen Dongqing's face. The golden barbecue was ready to be eaten soon. Chen cut a piece and handed it to Wei, and how can there be no wine when there's meat? "Come, brother Chen, come, Dongqing." Wei Yan's personality was obviously friendly. He took out 2 bottles of wine and handed them to the 2. Chen took it, but Dongqing refused, indicating that she didn't know how to drink. It's delicious." Wei Yan put a piece of barbecue in his mouth and looked intoxicated. Chen smiled. His barbecue skills were good, but it wasn't as good as this. Obviously, Wei Yan's expression was exaggerated. With wine and meat, the 2 gradually became familiar with each other. Wei Yan asked, "Brother Chen, are you going to the Mu Tian territory to do business?" "No, I'm going to find a friend." Chen shook his head and said, "Why?" "Brother Wei Yan, are you going to do business?" Wei Yan said, "That's right. I've walked this path many times." Chen let out a sigh of relief and said, "If that's the case, this trip won't be dangerous. Plus, there are 6 sector lords in our team." Unexpectedly, Wei Yan glanced at the 6 sector lords and said mysteriously, "That's not necessarily true." "Oh." Chen was stunned. If there were only 2 sector lords in the wind-breaking team, there wouldn't be any danger. But now that there are 6 of them, it's hard to say. Wei Yan purposely lowered his voice. The more experts there are, the more dangerous it is. Why is that? Chen was even more confused. Wei Yan curled his lips and said, "It's all because of greed. Do you know how we passed through the border mountain range a few times?" Chen shook his head. Let's pay the toll. Toll. That's right. In the border mountain range, there are many emperor-level battle beasts. These existences can't be called battle beasts anymore. They are higher-level life forms, true emperors. If a sector lord encounters an emperor of the same level, he can only run away. It's the same for two people. Emperors have intelligence not inferior to sector lords. Thus, both sides came to an agreement. As long as you pass through their territory, you can leave a toll. With a toll, the emperors can't be bothered to kill all the humans. Because even if they do, there won't be much to gain. Wei Yan looked at Zi Chen and said, "Now you understand what I mean." Zi Chen shook his head and said, "I don't understand. Just for some resources, they're willing to take the risk to fight against emperors. There will be casualties in the process of the battle. What are they after?" Wei Yan stared at Zi Chen in disbelief. "No way, you don't even know this common sense." "What common sense?" "The bones and skin of the great emperors can be used to refine great emperors' materials. Great emperors can be exchanged for great emperors' stones and they can be used to refine great emperors' weapons. Each great emperor is like a moving great emperor's stone mine." "What?" Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. It seemed that this was the first time he heard of this. Wei Yan said, "Not only that, do you know what the most valuable thing on an emperor is?" "What?" "A precious bone inscribed with an innate ability." Wei Yan said mysteriously, "It's said that some emperors are born with a precious bone. It's a powerful emperor-level technique. Once a human obtains it and comprehends it, they can obtain a powerful emperor-level technique. That's the true value of an emperor." Zi Chen was shocked. If that was true, then the value of an emperor was too high. He didn't know the value of an emperor-level technique, but he thought that it wouldn't be weaker than an emperor weapon. If that was the case, it would explain why the more sector lords there were, the more danger everyone would be in. Chapter 1809. Not to mention the other realm lords, even Zi Chen was moved by Wei Yan's words. An emperor-level beast was equivalent to an emperor-level technique. It sounded very tempting. One must know that Zi Chen's peak slash was already an emperor-level technique. It increased Zi Chen's fighting strength by a lot. The difference between having a technique and not having one was like heaven and earth. In the hearts of realm lords, obtaining an emperor-level technique was no less urgent than obtaining an emperor-level weapon. The idea was beautiful, but if it was to be implemented, it was obviously not easy. The strength of humans, after reaching the realm lord realm, would be greatly different from higher life forms. Currently, there were only two types of beasts that could become emperors. The first type was the publicly acknowledged powerful existence, higher life forms. Although the second type was called beasts, those that could break through to the emperor level were not ordinary beasts, but mutated existences. These existences were not much weaker than higher life forms. Moreover, they had their own innate divine abilities, which were much more powerful than emperor-level battle skills. Zi Chen wasn't too sure how strong an emperor was, but he had seen many high-level life forms. Comparing them to cultivators, once an emperor was placed among the human sector lords, they would definitely be the cream of the crop. They would be able to insta-kill those of the same level. Zi Chen benefited a lot from chatting with Wei Yan. However, from his understanding, it seemed impossible for 6 realm lords to kill an emperor-level beast. 10 days later, the group arrived at the border mountain range. As long as they passed through here, they would reach the 8th continent. On this night, Zi Chen's realm force broke through to the 6th level. It only took him 10 days to break through to the 5th level. As for Dong Qing, she had successfully broken through to the 8th level. Her improvement was the fastest among everyone. Because of Xiao Kong's continuous feedback, her realm was also catching up to Xiao Kong's. If one of them broke through to the Realm Lord realm, then the other would be able to break through on her own. The border mountain range was very big, and there were all kinds of beasts everywhere. When Zi Chen and the others arrived, the soldiers, generals, and spirit beasts all scattered in fear. Only the king-level beasts dared to roar a few words from afar, announcing that this was their territory. However, after sensing the oppressive aura from the crowd, those king-level battle beasts only dared to roar but did not dare to step forward. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. The group did not encounter any emperors, nor were they attacked by other beasts. Instead, they hunted down a few special king-level beasts for the sake of a sumptuous meal. The wine and meat improved the relationship between Zichen and Wei Yan, and the two became more and more familiar with each other. If we continue on this path, it won't be long before we meet the first emperor. At that time, we will be able to see whether they are going to fight or not. If they want to fight, then we can only run, and run as far as we can. Another night, Wei Yan, who had come to eat meat, said. Zichen handed Wei Yan a piece of barbecued meat and said, "You don't think they can win either?" Wei Yan said, "This has nothing to do with winning or not. Once the two sides start fighting, the energy fluctuations will be too great. Even if it's just the aftermath of the energy, it won't be something that we can withstand." Wei Yan glanced at the group and said, "Many people can see the intentions of those realm lords. When the time comes, there will be many bold fellows who want to benefit from it. Riches and honor were found in danger. Once the two sides fought, there was a possibility that they would perish together. Once that happened, it would naturally be the time for the domain realm cultivators to take advantage of it." After traveling for another 3 days, the group could no longer hear the roars of the beasts. The entire forest seemed to be quiet. "We are in the territory of the emperors," Wei Yan said. Sure enough, on the 4th day, the group felt an extremely oppressive aura. It was the aura of the emperors. On this day, the group seemed to be moving forward carefully. All the domain realm cultivators could not help but look worried. However, Wei Yan did not seem to care. It was unknown if he often walked this path, but he did not seem to care. These few days, Zichen had been secretly sizing up the 6 realm lords. He found that their emotions had changed greatly after arriving here. They seemed to be nervous and excited. At this point, Zichen was even more certain that their real purpose was to kill the emperors. Another day passed, and the group felt that the emperor's pressure was even stronger. In the evening, a pitch-black giant beast appeared in front of them. "That's a soul-destroying demonic bear." The moment they saw the giant beast, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soul-destroying demonic bear was huge. It looked like a giant black bear, but it was not a bear. Instead, it was a mutated war beast. Its eyes were as big as lanterns, emitting a bloodthirsty red light, and its body surged with a tyrannical aura. Being stared at by that pair of eyes, everyone's heart palpitated. It was obvious that this was not the first time this team had encountered such a situation. One of the realm lords, who was wearing a top-grade king armor, took a few steps forward and said, "Lord Emperor, we, the Windbreaker team, are borrowing the path." The soul-destroying demonic bear did not speak, but Zhu Baoshuo restrained his aura. "This time, we have more people, so we prepared more realm emperor stones to express our goodwill." The realm lord spoke again, and a cloth bag appeared in his hand. It was obvious that the bag contained realm emperor stones. At the same time, the other 5 realm lords also had a small cloth bag in their hands. The 5 of them followed the previous realm lord and walked toward the soul-destroying demonic bear. World Emperor stones were also useful to sovereigns, just like food for them. The soul-wiping demonic bear scanned the small pouches with its spiritual sense and immediately sensed that they were all World Emperor stones. Its crimson eyes flashed with satisfaction. The first realm lord came closer, opened the small cloth bag, and poured out the realm emperor stones. There were actually 20 realm emperor stones inside. According to the cheapest realm emperor material, 10 realm emperor stones were equivalent to 2 realm emperor stones. The soul-destroying demonic bear stuck its head out, opened its mouth, and sucked the 20 realm emperor stones into its mouth. Then, a crunching sound could be heard as it began to chew on the realm emperor stones. The other 5 followed and opened the small cloth bag one by one, revealing the realm emperor stones inside. The total number of realm emperor stones exceeded 100. Wei Yan was standing beside Zichen. At this moment, Zichen could clearly feel that the other's emotions were fluctuating, and his heartbeat quickened. Zichen did not know how big the mountain range was, but he knew that there would be more than one Emperor Realm Lord blocking the way. According to what he knew, these Realm Lords only paid 4 Realm Emperor Stones at most, which added up to 100 Realm Emperor Stones. This was all the team's harvest this time, and it was given to the soul-destroying demonic bear at this moment. What should they do next? If the Realm Lord knew all this, with its intelligence not inferior to a human Realm Lord, it would definitely be suspicious. Unfortunately, it did not understand. Moreover, in front of the real Realm Emperor stones, it had completely let down its guard. The soul-destroying demonic bear was even more satisfied with the 5 piles of Realm Emperor stones. It leaned forward again, lowered its head, and began to devour the Realm Emperor stones. The first pile of Realm Emperor stones was devoured, followed by the second, the third, and when the soul-destroying demonic bear started to devour the 4th pile, the 6 Realm Lords looked at each other. As the 4th pile of Realm Emperor stones disappeared, the soul-destroying demonic bear started to devour the last pile. Boom! Violent energy surged out of the 6 Realm Lords without warning, and this energy instantly attacked the soul-destroying demonic bear's mouth, nose, and eyes. This was the soul-destroying demonic bear's biggest weakness, and it was now fully displayed in front of the 6 Realm Lords. The energy rumbled, and many realm energy attacks exploded on the soul-destroying demonic bear's face. Under such close-range attacks, the soul-destroying demonic bear's huge body was immediately sent flying. At the same time, it roared in pain, and its voice was filled with intense pain and anger, creating a powerful vibration. Caught off guard, more than 10 Realm Lords coughed up blood, and 2 Realm Lords fainted. Go! Wei Yan shouted immediately, turned around, and ran. Zichen and Dongqing followed closely behind. When the 3 of them had flown 200 meters away, the soul-destroying demonic bear's roar resounded, shaking the surroundings. Their faces immediately paled, and they sped up again, escaping into the distance in an instant. After running for about 5 miles, Wei Yan jumped up and stood on an ancient tree, looking into the distance. Zichen and Dongqing followed closely behind, but the forest was dense, and they couldn't see anything. But in the next moment, the sound of energy explosions resounded, and one ancient tree after another broke. Soon, an open area appeared in front of them. In the center, the soul-annihilating demon bear's body was filled with berserk energy. It was attacking randomly. Its 2 eyes had been blinded, and its nose and mouth were badly mangled. The 6 Realm Lords immediately retreated and launched a powerful attack. Roar! The soul-destroying demonic bear roared and charged towards one of the Realm Lords, its claws piercing through the air, landing on the Realm Lord's body. Peng! The other party's weapon and battle armor instantly shattered. His entire body flew back, severely injured in one strike. The shattering of 2 peak-quality royal armaments had saved his life. Shua! Shua! Just as the soul-destroying demonic bear attacked, several other attacks landed on the Realm Lord's body. The soul-destroying demonic bear felt the pain, and it turned around to attack again. But because it couldn't see, and the pain affected its spiritual senses, its reaction became slower. In the blink of an eye, its body was covered in wounds, and blood spurted out. Zichen saw this scene from afar, and said directly, "If this continues, we won't be able to kill it. Instead, we'll only enrage it. Once it activates its special ability, the 6 Realm Lords will definitely die." Wei Yan didn't say anything. The latter was staring at the battlefield, and his emotions were changing more and more. A mysterious and powerful energy was awakening in his body. Roar! An earth-shaking roar resounded. The soul-destroying demonic bear was completely enraged, and it activated its soul-destroying ability. A huge beast shadow appeared behind it. Now is the time! Wei Yan's eyes flashed, and a light sword slowly floated in front of him. A powerful energy was hidden within the light sword. Chapter 1810. Wei Yan's abnormal behavior caused Zichen to reveal a shocked expression. He turned around and looked at Wei Yan beside him. Dongqing looked up with disbelief in his eyes. Ninefold Wei Yan had transformed into a sector lord of the small perfection realm. His aura surged, forming a wave of pressure that forced Zichen and Dongqing to retreat. He stood on the treetop, and his small perfection realm aura spread out, causing the space within a few miles to become stifling. The faces of the domain realm cultivators who had stopped in this area were immediately filled with shock. Sector Lord. Some cultivators exclaimed, shocked by Wei Yan's transformation. Wei Yan's identity as Sector Lord was already unexpected, but what attracted Zichen's attention wasn't Wei Yan's identity, but the lightsaber floating beside him. The lightsaber was 7 feet long, and it looked beautiful and sharp, but that wasn't the point. The point was that the lightsaber was an Emperor weapon. This was the first time Zichen saw an Emperor weapon from a small perfection realm cultivator. His sharp spiritual will could clearly sense that the lightsaber Emperor weapon contained a powerful energy. Wei Yan took in the changes in the expressions of the two. An unfathomable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and in the next moment, he shouted in a low voice, "Cyan Rainbow Sword Art," using thought to control the sword. Shua. The radiant sword sovereign weapon charged forward like a beam of misty light. It moved with a speed faster than lightning. The space seemed to be cut open, and a thin black line extended forward. The speed of the lightsaber Emperor weapon was hard to catch with his eyes and spiritual will. Pu. With a soft sound, the lightsaber Emperor weapon broke through the soul-destroying demonic bear's powerful defense, piercing through its forehead and coming out from the back of its head. The soul-destroying demonic bear's innate ability was forcefully interrupted, and its huge body shook violently, almost falling down. Seeing this, Wei Yan's face couldn't help but reveal a look of excitement. Under such circumstances, once the soul-annihilating demonic bear was killed, there was an 80% chance that a precious bone would appear in its body. This attack was too fast and too powerful. Zichen took advantage of the surging aura of Wei Yan and instinctively retreated with Dongqing. In their eyes, Wei Yan was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the soul-extinguishing demonic bear. Roar. The soul-annihilating demonic bear was thoroughly enraged as it let out an earth-shaking roar. A ruler's vitality was very strong. Even if the space between its eyebrows was pierced through, it was still alive. However, since it had lost its eyes and its spiritual sense had been shaken, its attacks were messy and all based on its instincts. Boom. 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 The earth trembled, and the ancient trees exploded. A terrifying energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, a huge destructive storm appeared and expanded rapidly. The 6 sector lords couldn't dodge in time and were swept in. Catcher! Catcher! Under the force of the storm, the ancient trees were torn apart and were forcefully pulled in. Soon after, the huge tree roots were also swept up by the storm. This was a storm formed by an enraged ruler. Everything that entered it was destroyed. Within the storm, the soul-extinguishing demonic bear's roar could be heard continuously. At the same time, it was accompanied by the cries of the sector lords. Go! Seeing this, Wei Yan didn't intend to help. Standing on the tree branch, he pointed forward. The Emperor weapon drew an arc in the distance and rushed back into the storm. Shua! Shua! The Emperor weapon shuttled back and forth in the storm twice. As the Emperor weapon returned, the expanding storm gradually stopped and finally dissipated. The soul-extinguishing demonic bear's huge figure appeared. In between its eyebrows, there were 3 sword holes. The 3 swords pierced through the space between its eyebrows and extinguished its soul. Of the 6 sector lords that were swept into the storm, 4 fell to the ground. 2 of them had completely lost their vitality, 2 of them were heavily injured, and as for the last 2, although they were still standing, their injuries were not light. Boom! The soul-extinguishing demonic bear's huge body fell. An emperor had died just like that. Go! The light sword sovereign weapon flew back and disappeared in front of Wei Yan. He shouted and flew toward the battlefield. Ignoring the heavily injured and dead realm lords, he said to the other 2, "Hurry up and find out if there are any treasured bones." The 2 realm lords nodded with unconcealable joy in their eyes. Not to mention whether there were any treasured bones from killing an emperor, just the body alone was worth their efforts. If there were any treasured bones, it would be a huge fortune. While the 2 realm lords were dealing with the corpse, the other domain realm cultivators in the distance immediately rushed over. Looking at the huge corpse of the emperor, their eyes were filled with shock. Zichen and Dongqing also came to the battlefield. Intentionally or unintentionally, the 2 of them were slightly further away from Wei Yan. The sword-controlling technique that Wei Yan had just displayed was truly terrifying. Even an emperor couldn't defend against it, let alone them. The crowd of domain realm experts discussed animatedly as they looked at Wei Yan with gazes filled with reverence. Get rid of those corpses. Wei Yan glanced at the corpses on the ground and said indifferently. Wei Yan, who no longer hid his strength, had a great change in attitude. A few domain realm cultivators walked up to deal with the corpses on the ground. At this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. Treasured bone, Lord, there's a treasured bone. A realm lord reached out his hand and took out a palm-sized bone from the soul-extinguishing demonic bear's corpse. At this moment, he was shaking the bone and shouting excitedly. Rays of light flowed on the bone, and within the rays of light, there seemed to be some kind of rune engraved. An aura that made one's heart palpitate was released from within. It really is a treasured bone, it really is a treasured bone. Wei Yan's face was also filled with excitement. He strode forward and took the treasured bone in his hand. Lord, we're rich, we're rich. This treasured bone should be worth 10,000. The realm lord said excitedly. Wei Yan also couldn't hide his excitement. This treasured bone condenses the soul-extinguishing divine ability. If it's sold in the auction house, it'll be worth at least 20,000. What, 20,000? The eyes of the two lightly injured realm lords immediately lit up. At least 20,000. Wei Yan's eyes flashed as he said, and in my heart, its value is immeasurable. Lord, what do you mean? My imperial sword technique, together with the soul-extinguishing divine ability, can unleash great power. Lord, you want to comprehend it yourself. The two realm lords were stunned. What do you think? Wei Yan looked at the two. But, that's not what we said. The two were in a difficult position. I've changed my mind now. Wei Yan laughed coldly. The imperial sword that had disappeared appeared once again. It turned into a ray of light and started flashing. Pu. 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 Every time the imperial sword flashed, a person's forehead would be pierced. At this moment, all sorts of sounds could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the imperial sword flew a full circle. In this circle, other than Wei Yan who was still standing, everyone else had fallen, including the two realm lords. The two realm lords who had already fallen to the ground survived. When they saw this scene, they looked at Wei Yan in disbelief. I must have this thing. Wei Yan laughed coldly and shot out 2 rays of energy, instantly killing the 2 remaining realm lords. After the battle, Wei Yan revealed a cold smile. He looked back and said, "You're quite fast." Within the range of the imperial sword, all the cultivators were killed. However, before that, Zichen pulled Dongqing and dodged first. Wei Yan looked at Zichen and asked with interest, "You've already guessed that I'll kill you." Zichen said indifferently, "Any normal person would choose to kill. Since you've already guessed that I'll kill you, why didn't you run?" "I stayed because I wanted to tell you 2 things. Wei Yan laughed and asked, "What are they?" "First, even if you don't kill them, they'll still choose to give you their treasured bones unconditionally. One of the reasons is because they can't defeat you. Another reason is that if your battle strength increases, they'll gain more in the future. In fact, they're not that greedy. You just need to give them some benefits. That's what you wanted to tell me. For this, you're willing to sacrifice both of your lives." Wei Yan laughed and said, "Maybe you're right, but I've already made my choice. Your words are nonsense. You had a chance to run, but you missed it. Now, you'll definitely die. As for Dongqing, although I haven't seen her face, I can tell that she's a beauty from her voice. So, I won't kill her. She'll serve me in the future." Zichen said calmly, "Actually, you should listen to the second thing." "Interesting. Tell me what it is." "I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "If I'm not mistaken, the sword controlling technique you used earlier should be a kind of emperor-level technique, right?" "Good eye. My deal is an emperor-level technique. What do you want to exchange for it?" While talking, Zichen took out a round ball and said, "There's a yellow-level technique recorded in this ball. It's the real reason why we left our hometown." Wei Yan was surprised, but then he sneered, "Why do you think I'll make a deal with you instead of killing you and taking it away?" Zichen said calmly, "The deal I'm talking about is a life and death deal. I'll put it here, and you and I will fight. Whoever lives will take it away. Of course, the premise is that you have that emperor-level sword technique. As for that treasure bone, it's still ownerless. It's not yours, and it's not mine. It can only belong to a living person. What an interesting life and death transaction. I really don't understand where your confidence comes from. Wei Yan shook his head and laughed again. He gave up on the idea of killing Yi Shiwen and taking the treasure. If the domain realm was prepared, killing Yi Shiwen might not be able to take the treasure away. If the domain realm was deliberately controlled, the domain realm would disappear. Okay, I agree. Wei Yan nodded. Chapter 1811. With an imperial weapon and an imperial-level battle technique, Wei Yan would not be afraid even if a perfect realm cultivator stood in front of him, let alone a mere domain realm cultivator. Moreover, he had never heard of Zi Chen in the domain realm. However, he had heard of Yuan Jiao and Yuan Hua, both of whom were quite famous in the realm of Broken Heaven. I wonder how we should trade our lives. Should we keep the treasures in our hands? Wei Yan looked at Zi Chen and said with a playful smile. Of course not. Give the treasures to Dong Qing and let her keep them, Zi Chen said. That's a good idea. The one who lives will not only get the treasures, but also the beauty. While speaking, Wei Yan threw the treasure bone to Dong Qing and the cyan rainbow sword art to Dong Qing. Of course, he did not forget to wink at Dong Qing. Zi Chen handed the lightning ball to Dong Qing. After receiving it, Dong Qing retreated in a flash. With the cyan rainbow sword art, Wei Yan could kill someone from 1,000 miles away. He was not afraid that Dong Qing would run away. Wei Yan looked at Zi Chen. The light sword slowly floated in front of him, and the cold tip of the sword was pointed at Zi Chen's forehead. Zi Chen's heart palpitated. He immediately stood straight with his saber and stared straight ahead. Wei Yan curled his lips and flew forward on his sword. Swoosh. At such a close distance, the sword flashed and appeared in front of Zi Chen like a bolt of lightning. Zi Chen felt a strong sense of crisis. He immediately pulled out his saber and slashed at Wei Yan. The bright saber light landed on the sword light and exploded with a sonorous sound. The powerful force directly pushed Zi Chen back. At this moment, the huge gap in cultivation between Zi Chen and Wei Yan was completely revealed. Wei Yan was surprised when he saw Zi Chen retreating. He smiled and said, "No wonder you dare to fight with me. It turns out that you have an imperial weapon." A cultivator in the domain realm not only has an imperial battle skill, but also an imperial weapon. Interesting, very interesting. Sheathing his blade, Zi Chen stood 200 meters away from Wei Yan. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Just now, he had felt a life-and-death crisis. If it weren't for the fact that his saber drawing technique was equally unique, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge the sword. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Wei Yan sneered, then stepped forward and pointed at Zi Chen. This attack was even faster. Zi Chen blocked with his saber and dodged to the side. This time, Zi Chen didn't have time to draw his saber. His figure appeared from the side. There was a sword wound on Zi Chen's cheek. Golden blood dripped from the wound. Interesting, very interesting. Wei Yan smiled again, and the sword light flashed again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lightning wings appeared on Zi Chen's back. Light flashed under his feet as he dodged the sword light with the fastest speed in the world. When he couldn't dodge in time, Zi Chen would unsheath his saber. Zi Chen dodged the sword light. In this battle, Zi Chen was in a passive position. He was completely suppressed. The faint smile on Wei Yan's face gradually disappeared and was replaced by a look of shock. Zi Chen was only in the domain realm, but he had an imperial weapon and could use an imperial battle skill. In addition, his extreme speed movement was no weaker than a yellow battle skill. The sword technique that Wei Yan was so proud of couldn't kill his opponent. After all, he had only used 3 strikes to kill the soul-destroying demonic bear earlier. However, he had used the sword manipulation technique more than 300 times against Zi Chen. While he was getting more and more shocked, Zi Chen's voice rang out, not bad at all. I must have this sword manipulation technique. You don't deserve it. Wei Yan snorted. Then, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. He immediately turned around and saw another Zi Chen standing a few hundred meters away. The other Zi Chen was holding a longbow. The bow was filled with the aura of an imperial weapon. An imperial weapon. Another imperial weapon. Wei Yan's pupils shrank as he exclaimed. At this moment, the essence qi in the world surged wildly. The longbow that was fully drawn was released, and the bowstring was shot at Wei Yan. This arrow came with a menacing momentum, and it was filled with killing intent. Wei Yan shouted and immediately used the sword light to block the arrow. Zichen, who was behind Wei Yan, didn't move. He just stared at Wei Yan in front of him and locked onto the position of the sword light with his spiritual sense. Swoosh. Seeing that the sword light was about to collide with the arrow, Zichen suddenly pulled out his saber and used the ultimate blade technique. Clang. The light sword collided with the arrow, producing a loud clanging sound. A destructive force spread out in all directions. At the moment when the two collided, the saber light swept past Wei Yan's neck. Wei Yan's body shook, and a red line appeared on his neck. The sword light in front of him lost all its power and fell to the ground. He seemed to have used up all his strength to turn around with difficulty. His eyes were wide open as he stared at Zichen with confusion and shock. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't let your guard down. Long ago, I arranged for a clone to be far away to prevent you from killing me. Zichen said calmly. Wei Yan's confused eyes flashed with relief. Then, the light in his eyes disappeared. His body was still standing, but his head was rolling on the ground. A completion realm cultivator who had an imperial weapon and a powerful imperial weapon died just like that. Dongqing, who was in the distance, flew over after seeing this scene. There was an obvious smile in her eyes under her black robe. Clearly, she had gained a lot this time. Pack up, let's go. Zichen ordered, and then went forward to collect the soul-destroying demonic bear's corpse. It would be the best ingredient. Dongqing took away the imperial weapon. Other than that, the group didn't gain anything. This time, it was a complete surprise. After leaving the battlefield, the two of them slowed down. Next, the two of them would put all their effort into cultivating. Meeting Wei and this time made Zichen feel a sense of crisis. He could deal with one such existence, but if there were two more, it would be dangerous. After stopping at a relatively secluded mountain forest, the two started to break through to the Sector Lord realm. A month later, the world energy around Dongqing finally reached the limit. As the world energy from the world infused her, a powerful aura of a world overlord gushed out from her body. This aura extended for dozens of li. Within this range, all the beasts crawled on the ground in fear. Following Dongqing's breakthrough, Xiaokong also broke through. Now, it had become a true emperor. This breakthrough made Dongqing very happy. With the addition of the world energy, she became a sector lord. Next, she started to comprehend the green rainbow sword art from Wei Yan. As for the treasure bone, it was in a sealed state. When Wei Yan explained the use of the treasure bone, he clearly said that the treasure bone wasn't permanent. The runes within it would slowly fade away. If one didn't comprehend it, it would need to be sealed. When comprehending it, the more people there were, the better. This way, the treasure bone's effect would be maximized. Dongqing comprehended the green rainbow sword art first. As for the treasure bone, she would wait to comprehend it with Zichen after breaking through. Just as Dongqing was breaking through, Zichen's world energy had increased to the 7th level. Currently, Zichen didn't have any bottlenecks to speak of. As long as his realm reached a certain level, he would be able to break through on his own. In his spare time, Zichen would use the soul-annihilating demonic bear as an ingredient to refine his physical body through the essence of the bear. Time flew by and another month passed. Zichen's world energy finally reached the 9th level. From comprehending the world energy until now, Zichen only spent a few months. However, he had actually surpassed others thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Zichen was preparing to condense the world energy. Dongqing gave up on comprehending the world energy and began to guard Zichen. Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, had 9 layers of world energy in his body. This power had reached the limit. Next, he needed to complete a transformation. Waves of destructive energy surged in the world energy and then changed on its own. Just like when a gas reaches a limit, it will turn into a liquid state. With the continuous growth of Zichen's world energy, The world energy completely transformed. Buzz. As the world energy trembled, a brand new power appeared in Zichen's body. This power was called the world energy. However, the rules contained in it were not the rules of the Zhanwu continent, but the rules of destruction. When the world energy appeared, Zichen's body didn't have any obvious changes. Even the energy didn't change much because there was only one world energy. In his body, there was more domain energy. Especially Zichen's domain world, there was no change at all at this moment. However, it was the power of this realm that allowed Zichen's battle prowess to increase by a lot. His perception and speed were also greatly improved. Now, if he were to face Wei Yin again, Zichen believed that he wouldn't need to use his clone to kill him. Moreover, with this world energy, the power of Zichen's peak slash was also greatly enhanced. This aura full of destruction filled this mountain range. Those battle beasts immediately felt that this aura was incompatible with this world. Deep fear emerged in the hearts of all the battle beasts. In this situation, it was as if they had met their nemesis. Even Dongqing, who was guarding not far away, felt a sense of repulsion in her heart. If she wasn't so familiar with Zichen, she might not be able to control the thoughts in her heart and immediately turn around to escape. The current Zichen, in the hearts of all the realm lords, was undoubtedly dangerous. One world energy was just the beginning. 9 world energy would form the small perfection, 81 world energy would form the great perfection, and then the world transformation. At this moment, Zichen had a clear understanding of the Realm Lord realm. All the changes of the Realm Lord mainly depended on the perfect transformation of the domain world. Once the entire world was filled with world energy, that would be the true peak of the Realm Lord realm. At the same time, Zichen also clearly sensed the several levels of the Realm Lord realm. The world energy was only the initial sign of the Realm Lord realm. The empty realm was only the second level. After the empty realm, there would be the mysterious realm, which was the third level of the Realm Lord realm. The spiritual realm was the fourth level, which was also the final level. Chapter 1812. Feeling the realm energy in his body, Zichen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Seems like I still have a long way to go before I become a realm lord. Although there was only one realm energy, Zichen had undoubtedly become a true realm lord. The Thunder King physique left behind by the Thunder King beast could also be cultivated. Within the Thunder King physique, the Thunder King beast had also left behind a Star King fist that was compatible with the Thunder King physique. These two techniques, one was the upgraded version of the Thunder King physique, the other was the upgraded version of the Meteor fist. Emperor-level techniques were the foundation of a Realm Lord's battle power. Its effect was not any weaker than an Emperor-level weapon. Hence, the more such techniques, the better. After breaking through, Zichen began to comprehend the green rainbow sword art with Dongqing. The two of them had already witnessed the power of this imperial sword art with their own eyes. As Zichen's understanding of the green rainbow sword art increased, he realized that it was a very unique technique. The technique that Wei Yin had used before was only the sword art of thought, which displayed the extreme speed of the sword art. Other than that, it also recorded the sword art of thought, the sword art of thought. This discovery made Zichen extremely happy. Obviously, this sword art could be divided into two types. It was definitely a huge gain. However, if one wanted to comprehend the two sword arts, one would need a lot of time without a strong comprehension ability. After becoming a Realm Lord, the two of them didn't continue to stay in the same place. Instead, they continued to comprehend the sword art, walking and stopping. During this period, Zichen was still cultivating the Thunder King physique. During this period, he was also constantly refining the essence of the soul-destroying demonic bear's flesh to increase his physical strength. This kind of cultivation method was very casual. For example, when the two of them came to a beautiful valley, they would stop and breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, they didn't forget to comprehend Emperor-level techniques. As for realm energy, the two of them didn't deliberately refine it. However, under the supply of pure realm energy, their realm energy continued to grow. Half a year later, the two of them had a second realm energy in their bodies. Their battle power had doubled. At this speed, the two of them would reach the small perfection realm in just 4.5 years. Compared to the long years of a realm lord, 4.5 years was just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! A stream of light shot towards a huge mountain in front of him, instantly piercing through it. Next, a rumbling sound came from the huge mountain and it collapsed. The stream of light turned back and transformed into a spear. This was recorded in the azure rainbow sword art. Controlling a sword with one's mind. Even if the sword was replaced with a spear, it could still be used. You've improved again. Dongqing was pleasantly surprised. Zichen nodded. The move he had just executed was not any weaker than Wei Yan's. If one were to look at the details, then Zichen's understanding of it could be considered to be at the initial stage. These days, Zichen seemed to be cultivating alone, but in fact, he was comprehending the golden body of Buddha. In addition, the two avatars were not idle either. They were comprehending emperor-level combat skills. At this time, Zichen already had 4 realm forces in his body. He was one step closer to lesser perfection. Both of them had reached the state of small success in controlling swords with their minds. Next, it was time to comprehend the soul-extinguishing divine ability in the treasure bone. While being cautious, Zichen set up restrictions around the valley. Dongqing removed the seal on the treasure bone. For a time, the entire valley flashed with a gorgeous light. The runes on the treasure bone also began to flash. Wave after wave of power began to flow away. The two of them looked at each other and sat cross-legged. The treasure bone slowly floated up. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense and Dongqing's spiritual sense both probed into it and began to comprehend quietly. Time passed quickly. In the process of comprehending, the realm forces in their bodies were also increasing. To be able to increase without cultivating, and the speed was not slow. It would be shocking if it was spread out. However, the premise was that it was based on a lot of pure realm forces, so it could be explained clearly. If the two of them did not comprehend the technique and took the initiative to cultivate, they would have already broken through to lesser perfection. However, in this way, the two of them might not be stronger than they were now. As time passed, the realm forces in their bodies broke through to 5 realm forces. The treasure bone that was emitting flowing light began to lose a lot of spiritual energy. The runes on it also became unclear. In Zichen's sea of consciousness, a huge soul-extinguishing demonic bear appeared. It stood in front of Zichen and roared at Zichen. Every time it roared, there would be a mysterious power that would fall on his soul, causing it to ripple. Refining the treasure bone was also dangerous. If it was a realm lord who did not have a strong spiritual sense, if he tried to comprehend this divine ability, he would be injured and forced to retreat. In the worst case, he would die. If it was a realm lord, facing the roar of the soul-extinguishing demonic bear, his soul would be immediately shattered. On the other hand, Zichen's perfect spiritual senses were able to sense the frequency of the vibrations and comprehend the technique of exerting force. Wung! The treasure bone that was floating in the air trembled slightly. The spiritual energy within it dissipated and turned into nothingness. At this point, the treasure bone disappeared. Zichen and Dongqing were still in the state of comprehension. At this moment, the 6th realm force in their bodies had formed. After an unknown amount of time, Zichen's body suddenly surged with a special soul force. Following that, a strange wave spread out, forming some kind of destructive power. Zichen opened his eyes. The surging soul power gradually retracted. There was a look of understanding in his eyes as he said, "I see." He finally comprehended the soul-extinguishing divine ability. Although it was not as strong as the soul-extinguishing demonic bear, it was definitely an incredible emperor-level battle skill. Just as Wei Yan had said, this special ability to destroy the soul, when combined with the imperial sword technique, could unleash the strongest power. Not long after, Dongqing also opened his eyes. There was a look of joy in his eyes. "Success," Zichen said. Dongqing nodded. Zichen said, "Fortunately, we all comprehended it. It seems that Wei Yan's words can't be completely trusted. It was true that the more people comprehended the precious bones, the more benefits everyone would reap. However, this was based on the premise that everyone had comprehended the precious bones. As Zichen continued to refine the bone, He could clearly feel that the speed at which the spirit chi was draining from the bone had become even faster as two strands of spiritual sense were comprehending the bone at the same time. If one person could comprehend it 100%, then the success rate would not exceed 50% if two people were to comprehend it. According to Zi Chen and Dong Qing's comprehension ability, they could barely comprehend it. If there were 3 people, Zi Chen could guarantee that none of them would succeed. After comprehending it, the two of them once again sensed the realm force around them. They also found that the 7th realm force was about to form, which was very surprising. However, what surprised Zi Chen even more was the thing outside the restriction. At this moment, outside the restriction set by Zi Chen, there was a black wolf the size of a small mountain. It was a type of shadow wolf. Under normal circumstances, its body wouldn't be so big. Moreover, the aura it emitted showed that it had become an emperor. It was the same as the soul-annihilating demonic bear. It was a mutated species and was currently sleeping on the ground. Zi Chen lifted his hand to remove the restriction. The two of them appeared in the valley and immediately woke up the shadow wolf. The latter raised its head and stared at the two of them. There was surprise, cruelty, and violence in its eyes. Zi Chen looked at the tall shadow wolf and said, "The road ahead is long. It's not bad to take in such amount." "Human, what did you say?" The shadow wolf stood up, and its huge body filled the entire entrance of the valley, causing rocks to roll down continuously. It was the emperor of this area. Usually, when humans wanted to pass through here, which one of them wasn't respectful to it? They even took the initiative to leave some realm emperor stones. This time, it felt a very comfortable aura here and directly laid down to rest. It didn't expect that there would be a human sector lord here who dared to speak so rudely. "Become my mount and I'll spare your life," Zi Chen said again. He was full of confidence. Roar! The shadow wolf roared at Zi Chen. An energy ripple wreaked havoc in the valley. In an instant, it was as if a huge storm was blowing in the valley. The entire valley was shaking and disintegrating in the storm. At the center of the storm, Zi Chen and Dong Qing stood quietly. No matter how much the surroundings shook, the two of them didn't move at all. "My patience is limited." The energy surged and stones flew in the valley. Zi Chen's cold voice resounded. "Human, die." The shadow wolf was infuriated. With a flash of light, its body split into 3. Each of these 3 figures was the real body, but they were also like clones. It was very difficult for people to catch them. Swish. However, Zi Chen's figure also split into 3 and rushed toward the 3 wolf figures. Lightning flashed and Zi Chen exploded with a powerful force. He punched the wolf in front of him. At this moment, the 3 figures moved in unison. Boom! The 6 paths world force revolved around his body and powerful lightning energy surged. The 3 wolf figures were hit and were sent flying. In the process of flying, the 3 wolf figures merged into one and the shadow wolf roared at the sky. Swish! Zi Chen, who also merged into one, had a sheathed saber in his hand. He immediately unsheathed it and a flash of saber light slashed at the shadow wolf in front of him. The shadow wolf's roar turned into a whimper. Its voice was filled with fear and slowly disappeared. A thin line appeared on its forehead. This thin line almost penetrated its huge body. Pu. The saber light disappeared. The shadow wolf's body was separated and its vitality dissipated. He killed an emperor with a single slash. Putting away his saber, Dong Qing flashed forward and began to deal with the wolf's corpse. Suddenly, he exclaimed, a treasure bone has appeared." Hearing this, Zi Chen rushed forward. After taking the treasure bone from Dong Qing's hands, he released his spiritual sense to investigate it. He then said, "This is a technique that increases one's speed. It might even have the effect of creating a clone. Take it and refine it." Whether it was cloning or speed, Zi Chen didn't lack either. Moreover, these two were powerful divine abilities. Dong Qing didn't stand on ceremony. After taking it, he continued to deal with the shadow wolf's corpse. Other than its flesh and blood, everything else on the shadow wolf's body was materials. Once the impurities were removed, they would be emperor-level materials and were very valuable. Chapter 1813. His boundary was steadily improving, and he had comprehended several more combat skills. Next, the two of them would cross the border mountain range. Speaking of which, the two of them had stayed in the mountain range for several years and had not really gone deep. Dongqing had comprehended the shadow wolf's precious bone and obtained a technique from it. It was the shadow clone that the shadow wolf had used earlier. It could attack and protect its life. In the following process, the two of them chose to go in a straight line. As they moved forward without any scruples, they naturally met more and more rulers. Faced with such a situation, these rulers were either tamed or killed in battle. Facts proved that luck did not always accompany Zichen. After killing several rulers in a row, Zichen did not see any precious bones appear. After killing 6 rulers in a row, in addition to the fact that Zichen had once killed a realm lord, his body was emitting a murderous aura. It might be difficult for humans to sense this kind of murderous aura, but those rulers could clearly sense it. In the end, whenever Zichen entered a domain, those rulers would take the initiative to retreat after sensing the murderous aura on Zichen's body. On this day, Zichen arrived at a new territory. Along the way, there were no traces of other war beasts. The one guarding this territory was a sky-devouring wolf. This was a high-level life form that Zichen was very familiar with. When he was in the Tianwu continent, he had interacted with this race. When the latter sensed the murderous aura on Zichen's body, it turned around and ran without saying a word. Swoosh. Normally, when Zichen saw such a situation, he might let it go. This time, Zichen turned into a stream of light and directly caught up with the sky-devouring wolf. Human, what do you want to do? The sky-devouring wolf, which was dozens of meters tall, looked at Zichen warily. Be my mount and take me out of this mountain range, Zichen said. In your dreams, you're insulting a high-level life form, the sky-devouring wolf said angrily. Then I have nothing to say. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen rushed up. Lightning flashed around his body as he punched at the sky-devouring wolf. Seeing that the human had taken the initiative to charge at it, the vigilant sky-devouring wolf was surprised. It then extended its claws and slapped at Zichen. In its opinion, even if its attack could not kill the human, it could at least shatter his arm. Bang! The sky-devouring wolf's claw landed heavily on Zichen's fist, but the expected scene did not happen. Not only did the human's arm not shatter, but a huge force came from the human's fist and sent the sky-devouring wolf flying. This human had actually used pure strength to send it flying. This caused shock to appear in the eyes of the sky-devouring wolf. It knew very well how powerful this human was. Swoosh! Zichen dashed forward again, repeatedly punching the devouring sky wolf until it couldn't resist at all. Roar! It raised its head and roared into the sky. Its entire body was bathed in light, and a wave of violent energy poured out. Bang! Zichen punched out, and the sky-devouring wolf was sent flying. The combat strength of the two was not even on the same level. The current Zichen's combat strength was not weaker than that of a human-shaped ruler. During this period, the sky-devouring wolf wanted to escape with its speed, but how could it be faster than the world's fastest speed? Moreover, Zichen seemed to be very measured. If he had not deliberately held back, the sky-devouring wolf would have been killed. Roar! The sky-devouring wolf was furious. A huge beast shadow appeared behind it. The moment Zichen saw the beast shadow, he said coldly, "If you use your innate ability, you'll die next." As soon as he finished speaking, a thick murderous aura appeared around Zichen. This was not suppressed at all. From this murderous aura, the sky-devouring wolf keenly sensed many existences of the same level. The anger in its heart was gradually replaced by reason. The shadow behind the sky-devouring wolf disappeared. At this moment, it was obvious that the sky-devouring wolf had chosen to retreat. Relatively speaking, pure high-level life forms were much smarter than those mutated rulers. Between life and death, the sky-devouring wolf chose to live. Not bad. Zichen's figure flashed, and he stood on the sky-devouring wolf's back. The latter's body clearly trembled, and it seemed that it was not used to it. Let's go. Take me to the next ruler that's suitable to be my mount. Dongqing also jumped up, and the two of them headed to the second place. Due to Dongqing's identity as a beast tamer, The second ruler they found was easily tamed. Of course, the sky-devouring wolf also played a part in this. Under the lead of the sky-devouring wolf, the two of them began to pass through the mountain range in a straight line. During this period, they would stop and tame or fight. Time also passed quickly. When they passed through the border mountain range and arrived at the 8th continent, the realm powers in Zichen and Dongqing's bodies had reached 9. With the addition of the realm powers, they had reached the small perfection. Along the way, the sky-devouring wolf went from being humiliated to being convinced and finally to being completely obedient. This was because Zichen's combat strength was too strong, and the speed at which his cultivation base increased was also very fast. During this period, because he had killed many rulers, the sky-devouring wolf had also devoured the bodies of rulers, causing its strength to increase. The current sky-devouring wolf was almost equivalent to a perfected realm lord. "Master, I found a human team 20 miles away." The sky-devouring wolf's voice sounded. "Let's go and take a look. Remember to hide your aura," Zichen instructed. After arriving at the 8th continent, Zichen did not know what to do next. When he found a human team, he naturally had to go forward and ask. During this period, the sky-devouring wolf became 3 meters tall and completely restrained its realm lord aura. Besides Zichen, the unicorn jade beast had also shrunk to its normal size and retracted its aura. The unicorn was a mount that Dongqing had tamed. Its previous realm was not very high, but along the way, it finally rose to the same realm as Dongqing. Its entire body was snow-white without a trace of impurities. When it turned into a human, it was still a cute girl, which made Dongqing very happy. It's just that this girl has some prejudice against Zichen. Because it was the first time they met, Zichen wanted to beat the unicorn into submission, so he directly sent it flying. In front of them was a team of 20 people. Other than the 2 realm lords, the rest were all in the domain realm. At this moment, the other party was setting up a fire to roast meat. The arrival of Zichen and Dongqing naturally attracted everyone's attention. To be precise, it was the appearance of the 2 rulers that attracted everyone. The sky-devouring wolf and the unicorn. Seeing the mounts under the 2 of them, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Some even exclaimed in low voices. The 2 realm lords immediately stood up and stared at Zichen and the sky-devouring wolf warily. High-level life forms were indeed terrifying, but the masters on their backs were even more terrifying. Moreover, after the 2 realm lords released their spiritual senses, they could not detect the realms of the 2 people. They could not even detect the realms of these 2 high-level life forms. Under the realm lord's gaze, a domain realm cultivator hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, sirs. May I know what orders you have?" Zichen's goal was to go straight to this place. Obviously, he was not just passing by. "Where are you from?" Zichen asked. "Sir, we're from the Chengtian territory. We're hunting war beasts in this area," the domain realm cultivator said respectfully. With a realm lord leading the team, they did not cross the mountain range. Some of them also hunted war beasts for a living. For example, if those half-step rulers were killed, the items on their bodies could also be condensed into emperor-level materials. However, the price was relatively low, but this was also a way to obtain realm emperor stones. Zichen took out 2 realm emperor stones and threw them to the domain realm cultivator in front of him. He said, "Mark a map to the Chengtian territory for me." After the domain realm cultivator took the realm emperor stones, he hurriedly said, "Sir, it's fine if you want a map, but forget about the realm emperor stones." Zichen waved his hand and said, "It's fine." The domain realm carefully handed over the map. After Zichen scanned it with his spiritual senses, he nodded and left. Looking at the 2 people who had disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "It's so scary. They didn't release any aura, but I felt an enormous pressure. Even breathing became difficult. Yes, are those 2 war beasts really high-level life forms? I wonder what realms they've reached. It would be fine if they're in the domain realm, but if they're rulers, they'll be too terrifying. To be able to tame an emperor, he would be a famous figure in the Chengtianyu." Everyone discussed animatedly. They did not notice that the 2 realm lords were covered in cold sweat. When they finally left, the sky-devouring wolf glanced at the 2 of them. Its coldness and indifference made people's hearts palpitate. As they moved forward at an extremely fast speed, many cultivators along the way looked at them in surprise. The two of them soon arrived at the Chengtian territory. As a border city, this place was also very lively. Realm lords who were preparing to enter the mountain range for an adventure could be seen everywhere. The arrival of Zichen and Dongqing caused quite a commotion. Everyone present was a powerhouse, so they could naturally see that these two existences were truly high-level life forms. Since they could tame high-level life forms, it was obvious that they were not to be trifled with. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Zichen walked directly into the city. "That mount is not bad. I want it." All of a sudden, a voice sounded from not far away. A young man pointed at the sky-devouring wolf under Zichen and said. Zichen stopped and turned around to look at the young man. The other party was only in the virtual realm, but the equipment on his body was very gorgeous. The sky-devouring wolf also turned around and glanced at the young man. The young man was about to say something, but his mouth was covered by someone in the next moment. The person smiled apologetically at Zichen and immediately left the crowd with the young man. In the crowd, the expressions of many cultivators changed when they saw this scene. This was because they recognized that the young man was the heir of a big family. He was usually very domineering, but what surprised them even more was the person beside the heir. Everyone knew that the person had the strength of an initial perfection realm cultivator. However, at this moment, he dared not stop the two of them even though he risked being disrespectful to his master. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the two of them were. The young man was still whimpering. The initial perfection realm cultivator said with a bitter face, "I say, little ancestor, you have to be honest. Even if your father came personally, he might not be a match for those two people just now." When the young man heard this, he immediately stopped struggling. There was fear in his eyes. Chapter 1814. When the two emperors entered the city, it immediately caused a commotion in Chengtianyu. When ordinary cultivators saw the two emperors, they only dared to guess that they were high-level life forms with unknown realms. However, the sector lords in the city sensed them very clearly. Not only were they high-level life forms, but they were also perfection emperors. To be able to tame perfection emperors, they were naturally not weak. As soon as Zichen and the other entered the city, they attracted the attention of many sector lords. In the dark, there were at least a dozen spiritual senses lingering around them, and the weakest was at perfection emperors. "Greetings, lords. I'm Chengtianyu's city lord. How can I help you?" With a flash of light, a sector lord appeared and spoke politely to the two of them. "Bring me to the interdomain teleportation array. I'm going to the central sky region," Zichen said lightly. "Lord, please follow me." The sector lord bowed again and led the way. Being received by a sector lord was a treatment only available in the empty realm. Although Zichen didn't have the empty realm, he definitely had the strength of one. After giving 4 realm emperor stones, Zichen arrived at the Mutian region. Then, Zichen crossed domains again until he arrived at the central sky region. The central sky region was the furthest from the Chengtianyu. One was in the east and the other was in the west. They belonged to the other border, close to the 7th continent. Relatively speaking, it was more prosperous, and sector lords could be seen everywhere. Unlike the Shuntian prefecture, the core of the central sky region wasn't the 7 prefecture alliance, nor was it the central sky region. It was the central sky city. The Chengtianyu's sector lord had specifically told Zichen about this. Tracing back to the past, there was the central sky city, then the central sky prefecture, and finally the central sky region. Just by hearing the name, one would know that the central sky region was dominated by the central sky city. Among them, the Yang family was considered a large family in the central sky city. After appearing, Zichen went to find the teleportation array to the central sky prefecture. When he arrived, Zichen found that there were many sector lords waiting in line for the teleportation array. "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Why is it so slow to take a teleportation array?" During this period of time, there were constantly sector lords rushing him. They were clearly impatient and anxious. Zichen and Dongqing watched quietly from behind. Lord Yang Lun is here. Make way, all of you. A shout rang out from afar. Under the escort of 5 world overlords, a perfect circle world overlord appeared. This person was from the Yang clan. Coupled with the fact that he had the strength of a great fulfillment cultivator, his expression was extremely arrogant. Wherever he went, everyone would make way for him. Bringing 2 sovereigns with him was simply too eye-catching. Zi Chen and Dong Qing both put away their mounts and retreated to make way for him. Yang Lun walked past the 2 of them and stepped into the teleportation array without even looking at them. Even Lord Yang Lun is there. Seems like this is going to be interesting. Hee. I wonder who will get the rewards for the Emperor-level weapons and Emperor-level techniques. Let's go quickly. The discussions of the sector lords could be heard from the crowd again as they stepped into the teleportation array one by one. Whether it was Emperor-level weapons or Emperor-level techniques, Zi Chen and Dong Qing both had a few of them. Moreover, they hadn't studied them thoroughly, so it wasn't strange at all. The 2 of them didn't seem to care about the discussions of the crowd. After paying the World Kingstones, the 2 of them arrived at the Central Sky Palace. However, they were shocked to find that the teleportation array to the Central Sky region was also lined up. Furthermore, the line this time around was even longer than the one before. These people were all going to the Central Sky region. This surprised Zi Chen. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the Central Sky region's core region, it attracted so many sector lords. After a long wait, the 2 of them arrived at the Central Sky region. Coming out of the teleportation array, the first thing they saw were all sector lords. As soon as these sector lords appeared, they excitedly ran forward. Hung up, their heads are hanging up. These 2 demons finally received the punishment they deserved. Let's go take a look. I heard that these 2 tragic demons had their souls sealed and suffered the pain of 10,000 bites. I wonder if it's true. Cries of alarm rang out one after another as cultivators began to walk out of the city. Flying wasn't allowed in the Central Sky region. The monk was here, but he didn't say where he was, so Zi Chen couldn't find him. Fortunately, he and Dong Qing were also walking out of the city. It was good to watch the show first. Moreover, the monk liked to be lively, so he might be in the crowd right now. Along the way, Zi Chen found that many people were walking out of the city as if they were fleeing for their lives. It was a spectacular scene. With great difficulty, Zi Chen finally followed the flow of people to the outskirts of the city. Then, he saw 2 human heads hanging high on the city walls. The heads looked somewhat ferocious and did live up to the name of a demon. The 2 of them were already dead, but their souls that were about to dissipate were sealed in their bodies. Occasionally, black chi would flash across their faces, but every time it appeared, it would be blocked by a layer of sealing light. As for the 2 who were already dead, their faces were trembling uncontrollably. Just like what the crowd said, the 2 of them were indeed suffering the pain of 10,000 bites. They were already dead, but their souls hadn't dissipated and were being tortured. One could see how many heartless things they had done when they were alive. Shmph, these 2 demons used their status as guests to commit crimes. They committed all kinds of crimes. Luckily, the Yang family is fair and never plays favoritism. That's why they were executed. Pooey, how can such evil people break through to the Sector Lord realm? There's no justice in this world. These evil people are despicable. I didn't expect them to have friends. Otherwise, it wouldn't be their heads hanging here, but their corpses. What? Such evil people have friends? Yes, it's said that like these 2 demons, he was also a guest of the Yang clan, but he ran away. Listening to the discussions, Zi Chen gradually understood what happened. Obviously, these 2 evil people had committed heinous crimes and were killed by the Yang clan. However, their corpses were taken away by a friend, and it was said that the friend wasn't weak. However, Zi Chen just laughed it off. He had experienced too many things. In this world, many things were built on benefits, especially those big clans. As for the so-called heinous crimes, it might be a conflict of interest. As for why the 2 sector lord demons died, it might be because both sides had a conflict of interest, and the value of their deaths was far greater than their lives. Zi Chen felt very bored. After releasing his spiritual sense and not finding any traces of the monk, he prepared to enter the city. He was just a passerby. As for the two above, whether they were real demons or died because of benefits, it had nothing to do with Zichen. It's out, the wanted posters are out. Just as the two of them were about to leave, another exclamation rang out. Then, the two of them saw a sector lord flying up into the sky and pasted a notice below the two heads. This was obviously the wanted poster that everyone was talking about. Zichen glanced at it curiously, and his originally calm face immediately changed. There was a portrait on the wanted poster. Looking at the portrait, who else could it be but the bald monk? Merely, at that moment, the bald monk no longer possessed any kindness. His eyes were filled with coldness and fierceness. His face was filled with fierceness. He simply resembled an evil monk. Below it, there was information about the monk. Evil good monk, small completion realm, colluded with the demons Du Jun and Du Liang, killed 1386 people of the Miao clan, and escaped. Below it was the reward. If the monk was captured, the reward would be an emperor weapon and an emperor-level battle skill. Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that this guy would be wanted. Moreover, the reward was so generous. However, compared to the items on the monk, this was nothing. One had to know that the monk not only had the demon-subduing pestle that could level up, but also an emperor weapon, dragon saber, and a defensive emperor weapon, dragon armor. Other than that, the golden body of Buddha, the strongest defense, the 6 syllables mantra, and so on were all true sacred arts. Their value was immeasurable. Why is he wanted? Did he really help the bad guys? Dong Qing asked curiously. Zichen heard this and laughed. This guy can do anything, but he definitely won't kill the innocent, let alone annihilate a clan. The dispute is just driven by benefits. Looking at the heads on the city wall, Zichen said indifferently, it seems that these two heads that deliberately sealed the remnant souls were intentionally luring the monk here. So many people are here for the monk. He should be in a very dangerous situation right now. You don't seem to be worried at all. Dong Qing said again. That guy has been proficient in swindling for thousands of years. It's difficult to catch him and put him in danger. The Yang family must have suffered a great loss this time. Looking at the excited realm lords, Zichen laughed. These people are at most cannon fodder. No matter how many of them come, they won't be able to threaten the monk. What should we do now? Wait. Since the Yang family has issued a bounty and hung up the heads, it's obvious that the monk has a close relationship with these two. The monk will definitely come. We just have to wait here. Dong Qing nodded. The surrounding realm lords were still discussing excitedly. At the same time, they were trying to get more information about the monk. The monk escaped 3 days ago. I heard that he went to the Haas Mountain Range. We might be able to find him there. Haas Mountain Range? Isn't that close to the 7th mainland? Could the monk have run to the 7th mainland? Impossible. This time, in order to seek justice for the Miao family, the 7th mainland has been sealed. The monk can't possibly escape. But the Haas Mountain Range is too big. A person might not be able to cross it in dozens of years. It's easier said than done to find a person. Isn't there a head here? Maybe the monk will come back. Is that possible? There are so many realm lords here. He's just courting death. Just as everyone was discussing, a roar came from the sky. Damned Yang family trash, your Lord Zeng is back. This time, your Lord Zeng will definitely cause chaos. Chapter 1815. Tyrant's voice came from the horizon, exploding in the crowd like a clap of thunder. All the sector lords subconsciously turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. Tyrant appeared in their line of sight. He was wearing a kasaya, and his body was shining with Buddhist light. He looked solemn and dignified, completely different from the image in the portrait. He's here. Tyrant is here. I didn't expect him to dare to come here. That's the guy. He's worth an emperor weapon and an emperor technique. He doesn't look like much. Discussions could be heard from the surroundings. Some of the cultivators were tempted and slowly approached Tyrant. Everyone, give it your all. No matter if he's dead or alive, there will be rewards. Don't let him take the evil man's head. Attack, quickly kill this evil monk. Exclamations could be heard from the crowd. These were also sector lords. However, they didn't attack after exclamations. Instead, they retreated. Seeing this, Zichen couldn't help but sneer. Obviously, these people were from the Yang clan. They had seen Tyrant's strength before, and now, they were using the reward to motivate them. Obviously, they wanted them to die as cannon fodder. After a loud shout, Tyrant began to rush forward. Facing so many sector lords, his face was filled with fearlessness. Along the way, Tyrant didn't change his attitude. He shouted, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die. This time, I'm only here to settle my grudge with the Yang clan. It's everyone's responsibility to eliminate evil people. You evil monk, you're too arrogant and despotic. You even destroyed the Miao clan. You deserve to die. Damn you. Even if I'm not a match for you and die today, I'll still kill you, evil monk, and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Angry voices could be heard from the crowd. Then, one after another, sector lords rushed towards Tyrant. "You're all courting death. Don't blame me." Tyrant's eyes flashed with killing intent. His body surged with even more dazzling Buddhist light. The other sector lords also moved. Rays of energy flashed and attacked Tyrant. The sector lords who attacked were all new sector lords because of some kind of opportunity. Not only did they not have an emperor weapon, but they also didn't know any emperor-level techniques. They came here to seek an opportunity. Even if they couldn't kill Tyrant, as long as they could get the Yang clan's favor, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Roar! A Buddhist voice resounded in the sky, forming a strange force. With the monk as the center, it spread in all directions. Along with the Buddhist voice, all the sector lords were stunned. Many of them were at a loss, as though they had fallen into an illusion. Is that so? Immediately after, the second sound of the mantra rang out. The strange power spread out again, enveloping everyone. Many people began to bleed from the corners of their mouths, and the light in their eyes flickered. Yes. The third note was heard, and it turned into a destructive force that surged forward. Peng! 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 This energy enveloped all the world overlords. Sounds of explosions rang out as the bodies of those world overlords were forcibly blasted apart. Their life force was completely extinguished. Some sector lords exploded, while others coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and collapsed to the ground. Of course, after some of them collapsed, they never stood up again. In an instant, more than 15 sector lords died, and more than 30 were heavily injured. Dong Qing looked ahead in disbelief at the ferocious monk. Before the monk's mantra rang out, a gentle golden energy surged out from Zichen's body. This energy enveloped Dong Qing, preventing her from being affected by the mantra. This bastard. When Zichen saw this, his expression changed slightly. The current monk's expression was even more ferocious than in the portrait. Furthermore, the technique he displayed was a group-killing technique. Similarly, Zichen also knew the 3 notes, but he couldn't unleash such power. Good and evil, good and evil. This bastard is using all his evil intents. Furthermore, this evil intents are perfectly combined with the mantra. That's why it's so powerful. Zichen also knew the good and evil laws, but he couldn't be compared to the monk. The biggest reason was because the good and evil laws were most suitable for the monk. This was just like how Shong Guan Hong comprehended the natural laws. Zichen also comprehended it, but under some special circumstances, Shong Guan Hong's senses were much sharper than Zichen's. This didn't mean that Zichen comprehended so many laws, but it was useless. On the contrary, destruction was the most suitable for Zichen. Whether it was the natural laws or good and evil, they were all just an extension of the laws. Although Tyrant had only comprehended the law of good and evil, the power he displayed was unimaginably strong. After killing over 10 world overlords, Tyrant rushed forward. At the same time, numerous golden sabers manifested around him. This was the butcher's saber of the Buddhist sect. Usually, it symbolized letting go. But now, Tyrant, who was displaying his evil side, actually raised his saber. Pu. 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 The butcher's knife swept past the heavily injured sector lords, chopping off their heads. Blood spurted out instantly. As for the monk himself, he didn't stop and rushed towards the city gate. The moment the monk appeared, he showed such a strong side. In the eyes of the crowd, he was going to fight to the death with the Yang clan. Moreover, he was an existence that could kill so many sector lords. His battle strength was naturally incomparably strong. But Zichen, who was familiar with the monk, knew that the monk showed such a method because of the two heads above. As for finding trouble with the Yang clan, he wasn't that stupid. Some of the sector lords who didn't get hit subconsciously moved away after seeing this scene. They didn't dare to block the monk's path. Go to hell. The monk's roar resounded through the heaven and earth. His voice was like rolling thunder. Although it wasn't a mantra, it had a great deterrent force. The group of sector lords were frightened and immediately moved away, opening a path to the central sky city for the monk. The monk's eyes flashed with joy. His body turned into golden light and rushed towards the two heads. Wang. Around the two heads, light trembled. The space around them started to distort. Then, the two heads disappeared into thin air. Following that, waves of realm power surged and pressed towards the monk. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the monk cursed inwardly. His figure flashed and directly flew away. Yang clan, you just wait for this Lord Buddha. After saying that, Tyrant flew into the distance. He didn't hesitate at all. Damn Baldy, stop right there. Since you're here, don't leave. Cold voices sounded one after another. Rays of light shot out from the city, heading straight for the monk. Among these surging auras, the weakest was at the small perfection realm. The strongest was at the great perfection realm, and they were all wielding emperor weapons. A sword light shot towards the monk. The monk relied on his speed to dodge it. His speed increased again, and he disappeared in a flash. Chase. Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 10 World Emperor Stones. The voice of a great perfection realm expert resounded. Zichen happened to see this great perfection realm expert before. It was the Yang clan's great perfection realm expert from the central sky region, Yang Lun. The monk's strength made people fearful. None of them dared to find trouble with him. But now that there was a reward for providing clues, the danger was reduced by a lot. They all followed the monk. Looking at the monk's direction, it was obvious that he was going to the Haas mountain range. The crowd chased after the monk, including some 9th-layer domain realm experts who wanted to get the World Emperor Stones. One should know that 10 World Emperor Stones were equivalent to 1 Emperor-grade material. In the blink of an eye, the crowded city became empty. Other than some domain realm experts who were searching for things from the dead realm lords, the other realm lords had already left. Zichen and Dong Qing didn't leave. They stayed behind. During this time, Zichen looked at the corpses of the realm lords on the ground. Although human realm lords wouldn't leave behind anything valuable when they died, the realm lords themselves were valuable existences. To emperors, human realm lords were the real delicacies that could increase their combat strength. However, Zichen didn't act rashly at this moment because there would be a great battle soon. He knew the monk's character very well. It wasn't like him to just run away like this. They didn't know that while the Yang family was scheming against the monk was also scheming against them. Sure enough, moments later, the hidden head reappeared. It was at this moment that the figure of a cultivator appeared in the distance. This cultivator stuck his head out and looked around. He looked somewhat foolish and his cultivation base was only at the regional realm. This person seemed to be still in shock. His head was a little dazed and his footsteps were a little shaky. It was obvious that no one would be able to stay calm after seeing so many experts at once. He walked over and was shocked when he saw the many corpses on the ground. The realm lords were dead, but their aura was still around. Naturally, the domain realm experts would be frightened. He carefully walked around the corpses and prepared to enter the city. Seeing this scene, Zichen almost laughed out loud. As soon as he reached the city gate, his figure flashed and rushed toward the two heads above him. Monk, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A huge palm print fell from the sky and went straight for the monk who was in the air. This was an emperor-grade technique that surged with a destructive aura. Moreover, The one who launched this attack must be a complete realm expert because the palm print was surrounded by 99 realm forces. Get lost. The monk no longer hid himself. His light of Buddha shone around him as his small completion realm erupted. His body was surrounded by 18 realm forces, 9 more than Chen. He held his sword and slashed at the palm print. The aura of the imperial weapon spread out. Boom. The sword slashed on the palm print. The palm print dissipated, and the monk's figure fell down. The others around saw that the situation was not good and fled. Boom. The turbulent energy rose again, and several powerful attacks emerged. Each of them was an emperor-grade technique. In addition, there was an attack from an imperial weapon. The light of Buddha shone around the monk as he held up his strongest defense and kept resisting. One by one, complete realm experts appeared. There were 7 of them and surrounded the monk. In addition, there were more than 10 complete realm experts. These were the main force of the Yang family. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the monk knew that his plan had been completely exposed. His figure flashed and fled into the distance. You can't escape. The complete realm experts kept attacking, and the two sides fought fiercely. This time, it was obvious that the monk was being held back. When the Great Perfection attacked, another empty realm cultivator also followed suit. Chapter 1816. The experts had all attacked, the 2 heads hung high on the city wall, no one cared about them anymore. The Yang family's move was just to restrain the monk. Chen leapt into the air, easily arriving beside the 2 heads. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy, easily taking away the 2 heads. Such a change was out of everyone's expectations. When the other members of the Yang family reacted, Chen had already landed. Who are you? How dare you interfere with the Yang family's matters? A cold voice rang out. A sector lord flew out from the city. This was the sector lord who had shouted just now. When he signaled the others to die, he turned and entered the city. Towards such a person, Chen clearly had no intention of introducing himself. The other party was only a sector lord, Chen couldn't possibly drag him along. Then, the 2 of them would sit together and explain in detail the relationship between Chen and the 2 heads. What responded to this sector lord was Chen's fist. The fist shining with lightning landed on the sector lord's body without any warning. The sector lord's face was filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't imagine that in this Yang Tian domain, other than that reckless monk, there would be someone who dared to attack the Yang family. Boom. The fist exploded on the sector lord's body. His body was scattered like the energy of the fist. A single fist exploded. The Yang family's sector lords who were about to step forward were all stunned. Who are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you behave so atrociously here? How dare you behave atrociously in Yangtian City? You must be tired of living. I think this person must be the monk's accomplice. We can't let him go. The Yang family of Yangtian City had a very special position in the Yangtian domain. Under such a situation where one family was the strongest, the cultivators of the Yang family naturally had a sense of superiority. Moreover, these people weren't ordinary guests, they were pure members of the Yang family. Because of this, they lacked a sense of safety compared to the other guests. They always felt that the Yang family was the strongest and no one dared to attack them. A person like the monk who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth had only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Kill. Chen said coldly as his gaze swept past these people. Streaks of cyan light shot out from Dongqing's Sea of Knowledge not far away, transforming into cyan swords, which pierced into the sea of knowledge of these people and destroyed their souls. It was too easy for a perfection beast tamer to kill these sector lords. Immediately after, Chen waved his hand, and all the corpses on the ground disappeared. These corpses would become food for the rulers. At the city gate, many domain realm experts poked their heads out and stared at the 2 figures in shock. That monk from before was able to kill a group of world overlords in an instant. Who would have thought that these 2 would have such powerful means as well? Boom. A terrifying aura suddenly surged out from the city. A furious roar resounded through the heavens. You dare to behave atrociously in Central Sky City? You're courting death. A paragon flew out of the city and chased after Zi Chen. Following that, a few lesser perfection earthly sovereigns also made their move. However, by the time he was hundreds of miles away, he had already lost track of the paragon. It was as if the paragon had disappeared into thin air. Because the attack was too fast, the paragon was killed before he could take out his imperial weapon. This also caused Zi Chen to indirectly lose an imperial weapon. However, there were many paragon who were chasing after the monk, so of course, there were also many imperial weapons. The first monk that appeared was only a clone. The second one was the real one. Zi Chen followed the aura left behind by the monk and advanced forward to help him out. Along the way, Zi Chen could occasionally see one or two corpses. They were all paragon, and Buddhist power was surging on the wounds of the corpses. Obviously, they were all killed by the monk. Zi Chen was responsible for taking away these corpses. Poof! With a slash, the Buddhist light flashed, and a paragon was cut in half at the waist. The monk smiled sinisterly at the surroundings with a ferocious expression. Beside him, a monk holding a demon-subduing pestle looked solemn and benevolent. The attacks of the paragons were blocked one after another. The two monks, one good and one evil, both appeared. Around them were a group of paragons and paragons. As for a middle-aged man standing in the distance, he was empty realm and was watching the battle coldly. To a major force like the Yang clan, ordinary realm lords were nothing. Perhaps even paragons were nothing. However, paragons were definitely powerful existences. Empty realm was almost the pinnacle of combat power. The death of each great perfection expert was a considerable loss to the Yang clan. Poof! Another paragon was killed. Blood splattered on the monk's face. He was already ferocious and terrifying, but now his expression was even more ferocious. The monk was killing enemies, but his speed was far slower than the speed of the Yang clan's experts. Soon, many paragons and paragons heard the news and rushed over. Good and evil monk, surrender. A cold voice sounded. It was Empty Realm's cold voice. Looking at the corpses on the ground, his heart was bleeding. Although the Yang clan was large, the death of each paragon was also a loss to the Yang clan. The higher-ups who made the decision would never have thought that killing a paragon monk would cause such a great loss. Yang Tian City, Yang Tian clan. A young man at the 9th stage of the domain realm knelt in the hall. His face was expressionless as his body trembled with the occasional cracking sounds in the hall. The cracking sounds came from the black soul tablets above. Each tablet represented a realm lord. The light black ones were paragons. The darker ones were paragons. The dark black ones were paragons. The dark black ones were paragons. The purplish black ones were empty realm lords. In total, there were more than 100 soul tablets. At this moment, there were more than 30 shattered soul tablets. Just a moment ago, another 8 ordinary soul tablets were shattered. The ones who died earlier were all ordinary realm lords. However, those who died later were all paragons. Poof! Another cracking sound was heard. A light black soul tablet shattered. Poof! Poof! Another 2 soul plates that represented the identity of a small perfection stage cultivator shattered. 8. Luo 8 paragons have died. In front of the soul tablets stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe. He looked at the shattered soul tablets and said, "Because of your selfishness, we lost 28 realm lords and 8 paragons. This doesn't include the realm lords who came for the bounty." The young man's face was filled with resentment and unwillingness. He said, "Father, please help me. That monk must die. I've warned you many times to think deeply before you do anything. Those 2 brothers are nothing. However, as a domain realm cultivator, don't you know what kind of person evil good monk is? He's the only one who came back from the dragon boat. He's also the number 1 on the king board. Don't you know how dangerous it is for such a person to break through to the realm lord realm?" The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Of course I know. However, I didn't expect that monk to be so unappreciative. He'd rather offend the Yang clan than meddle in other people's business." The young man was unconvinced. "Yang Luo." The middle-aged man turned around and said coldly, "Even now, you still don't understand this logic. Although our surname is Yang and we're from the Yang clan, we don't represent the entire Yang clan. How dare that monk provoke the entire Yang clan? He's provoking our bloodline. Do you understand? Don't you know how many old fellows are waiting for our bloodline to make a mistake? The Yang clan had a long history and there were many branches in the clan. Even two brothers in a family would have conflicts, let alone such a huge clan with huge benefits. Yang Luo finally sensed the seriousness of the matter. For the first time, his eyes were filled with fear. The clan had lost many experts. Their bloodline's foundation would be shaken. As for the other branches, not only would they not support them, they might even hit them when they're down. The reason why Yang Luo could do whatever he wanted in Yangtian City was because of his family. However, this was the first time he felt that even though he was from the Yang clan, he didn't represent the entire Yang clan. I hope they can kill evil good monk this time. Otherwise, father's position as the head of the clan, they can. With so many great perfection experts and empty realm, that monk will definitely die. The terrified Yang Luo seemed to have found the source of his confidence. But in the next moment, they heard a crack. It was a soul tablet representing a great perfection expert shattering. Then, one great perfection expert after another shattered. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Yang Luo's face was already pale. Almost all the experts from the Yang clan who went out to plot against the monk were gathered back to block the monk. The battle had stopped here. The monk was surrounded in the middle. Great and great perfection experts were eyeing him covetously and empty realm could attack at any time. As for the ordinary realm lords, they stood far away to prevent the heavily injured monk from escaping. Looking at the situation, the monk would definitely die. Good and evil monk, surrender. Empty realm spoke with a cold voice. Under such circumstances, no one thought that the monk could survive. Even if he had an extraordinary battle technique, he could still fight more than 10 great perfection experts. Even if he could, he couldn't cross realms to destroy empty realm. The monk stood with his blade. His clone dissipated. The ferocious look on his face gradually disappeared. His expression became calm. Even in the face of certain death, he didn't seem to panic. But was that really the case? Of course not. No one could stay calm in the face of death. The monk at the moment just wanted to look less pathetic before someone arrived. In fact, he had cursed that person many times in his heart. Why didn't he come? Why was he so slow? Did he really wait until he was about to die before he came? As soon as he appeared, he sensed that person's aura from the energy aura. Both sides didn't need to communicate at all to know what to do. Surrender. Are you dreaming? As long as I, this monk, am alive, I will kill all of you. At the same time, I will announce all the heinous things you have done to the public, the monk said coldly. Looks like you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then don't blame us for being rude. Chapter 1817. The vibrating sound came from the bowstring. Zi Chen had appeared out of nowhere, and the divine dragon bow was drawn to a full moon. Voom. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow shot forward in a straight line, with 9 destructive realm powers circling around it, heading straight for a great perfection. The great perfection sensed it and immediately turned around. When he saw the arrow coming, his pupils shrank, and 99 realm powers formed around him. In addition, an imperial weapon appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward, trying to block Zi Chen's attack. Zi Chen, who was already at the small perfection sector Lord Realm, had already reached his current limit in terms of speed and attack power. It wasn't something a great perfection sector Lord could withstand. Before the imperial weapon could slash down, the arrow had already arrived in front of the great perfection sector Lord. The 99 layers of defense were too weak in front of the destructive power of the realm and were instantly penetrated. Then, the arrow pierced through the great perfection's forehead, completely penetrating his sea of consciousness, and his soul was destroyed. A single arrow had killed a great perfection cultivator. The other great perfection who sensed the abnormality looked at the scene in shock, and their faces were full of disbelief. After shooting the arrow, Zi Chen drew the divine dragon bow again, and the arrow automatically appeared on the bowstring. Essence chi surged in all directions, and another arrow was shot out. Phut! The second great perfection was pierced through the forehead and died. Even if the other party did his best and was prepared in advance, he still could not block Zichen's attack. The other great perfection deities stared at Zichen in shock. Who is it? How dare he attack the Yang clan? How dare he? Kill him. It was an unfamiliar face, and he killed as soon as he appeared, and two great perfection realm lords were killed. The Yang clan cultivators reacted and began to rush forward. For a moment, many lesser perfection realm lords and several great perfection realm lords rushed towards Zichen with his bow drawn. The empty realm lord frowned at Zichen, wondering why there was another existence who dared to provoke the Yang clan. Facing these people, Zichen did not move and continued to draw the bow, but this time, he aimed at the empty realm lord. Lightning flashed as Zichen pulled the divine dragon bow to the fullest. The energy in the surroundings surged and the power of the Nine Paths world revolved around the dragon-formed arrow. That was Zichen's full-powered arrow. Empty Realm sensed a life-and-death crisis before the arrow was even fired. His expression changed drastically and he shouted coldly, "Kill him." The lesser perfection and great perfection cultivators increased their speed. Swoosh! With a flash of green light, another person appeared beside Zichen. This person wore a black robe and had a sword of light floating in front of him. The aura of a sovereign weapon flowed on the light sword. Cyan rainbow sword art, controlling the sword with one's mind. With a cold glint in his eyes, Dongqing pointed forward. The light sword flew forward at a speed faster than lightning. Beastmaster Dongqing was using the Azure Rainbow Sword ART's sword manipulation with thought, which was much more powerful than Wei Yan's. The light sword instantly swept past the forehead of a lesser perfection cultivator. Dongqing said in a crisp voice, "Soul Destroyer." As soon as he finished speaking, the light sword flashed. The lesser perfection cultivator's body rushed forward for more than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. He died with one blow. The light sword did not stop. It continued to accelerate forward. Pu. 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 Under the control of spiritual thoughts, the light sword pierced through the forehead of each lesser perfection cultivator. Their own defense could not withstand the attack of a sovereign weapon. At the same time, their souls were directly destroyed by the Soul Destroyer. The sword manipulation technique combined with the Soul Destroyer allowed Dongqing to maximize the destructive power of spiritual thoughts. As the lesser perfection cultivators died one after another, Dongqing pointed with one hand again, and the light sword went directly toward the great perfection cultivators. The speed of the light sword's movement was faster than lightning. Zichen, who had extreme speed, was only able to block it. For these great perfection cultivators who were not good at extreme speed, it was very difficult for them to block the attack of Dongqing, who was a lesser perfection cultivator. As for the power of this attack, everyone's defense could not be more terrifying than the Soul Destroyer Demon Bear. Pu. 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 During this time, no accidents happened. One by one, the great perfection cultivators were pierced between their eyebrows. Their souls were destroyed and they died. At the same time, Zichen shot an arrow. The arrow carried the power of wind and thunder as it rushed toward the Empty Realm cultivator. Ha! Empty Realm roared and raised his palm to strike. An energy palm print appeared. This palm print was filled with more than 81 realm powers, almost covering the entire palm print. At the same time, the realm forces around him were completely added, turning into a pure light shield of realm forces. It was no longer the so-called 81 realm forces of the great perfection cultivators. Puff! Wherever the arrow passed, the palm print was immediately penetrated. The cold murderous intent locked onto Empty Realm. At this moment, it was useless to hide. Empty Realm could only rely on defense. Puff! However, the realm force defense in front of the arrow formed by the destructive realm forces did not have any resistance at all. It was immediately penetrated. Clang! At this critical moment, Empty Realm's royal weapon blocked in front of him in time, blocking the arrow. However, Empty Realm himself was also sent flying by a powerful force. Empty Realm, who was sent flying backward, had a drastic change in expression. If he had not defended in time, he would have been killed directly by that arrow. The powerful realm force defense could not block an attack from a mere 9 realms force. This made him feel incredulous. For all realm forces, the destructive realm force was their natural nemesis. In the time it took to shoot the arrow, Dongqing had already killed all the great perfection cultivators in front of her. Next, she did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, she summoned those sovereigns. Little Sky only showed her head, and the empty realm strangulation technique showed its power and killed several ordinary realm lords. Immediately after, the devouring sky wolf, the unicorn jade beast, and several other sovereigns appeared and began to slaughter the other realm lords. This was a completely one-sided battle. The battle ended after a few breaths. All the realm lords on the field were dead, leaving only the pale-faced empty realm. At this time, Zichen had already shot the third arrow. Empty realm could only desperately resist. The continuous tremors caused empty realm to suffer internal injuries. He could no longer hold back and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Buzz. The bowstring vibrated again, and Zichen shot another arrow. Immediately after, Zichen continued to draw the bow. In addition to the dragon god arrow, energy arrows were condensed on the bowstring. One arrow after another shot towards empty realm. After empty realm blocked dozens of arrows, the powerful recoil greatly affected his speed. He did not dodge the arrow and was directly pierced between his eyebrows. Immediately after, the soul-destroying technique in the arrow was activated and directly destroyed empty realm's soul. One empty realm died. From the beginning to the end, empty realm could not get close to Zichen and was killed just like that. The monk's crisis was also resolved by the two of them and the other sovereigns. As the last empty realm was killed, the sovereigns began to deal with the corpses. As for Zichen and Dongqing, they were cleaning up the battlefield. It seems that your combat strength has increased quite a bit after breaking through to Realm Lord. The monk stepped forward and picked up 2 sovereign weapons. Don't you have sovereign weapons on you? Why do you need these? Zichen looked at the monk. This is wealth. Who would be stupid enough to not want it? Moreover, the reason why they are here is all because of me. They can't even take a few spoils of war. The monk quickly put away the sovereign weapons, as if he was afraid that Zichen would snatch them away. The monk's money-grubbing look made Zichen very speechless. He was too lazy to say anything more, so he asked, "What's going on? Why would the Yang family suddenly target you? It's all that damned Yang Luo's fault." Recalling what happened back then, the monk's face was filled with hatred and anger. That kid's father is the head of the Yang family in Yangtian City. He was very indulgent to him, so he didn't cultivate hard and focused on some evil techniques. Usually, we turned a blind eye to it. Who would have thought that this guy would become more and more arrogant and actually target the sister of the 2 brothers? After the 2 brothers found out, they wanted to cause trouble for Yang Luo, but they were killed. When I found out, it was already too late. I only had time to take the corpses away. The monk recounted what happened. Obviously, this was another case of oppression by a powerful force. The Yang family, with their great status, would not admit to anything wrong, so they could only kill everyone involved. The monk became the target of their killing. As for the Miao family being killed, it was also done by the Yang family. The reason was that Yang Luo had harmed the other members of the Miao family. This was purely to frame him. After hearing what happened, Zichen and Dongqing were very angry. "This Yang family is really despicable," said Dongqing. "What can we do? We may not be able to overthrow such a big family, but they suffered heavy losses today. This is a kind of punishment. By the way, where are the heads of my 2 brothers?" The monk was also very helpless against the huge Yang family. Zichen took out the 2 heads. Zichen did not break the seal on them, because once it was broken, the remnant souls would definitely dissipate. "Brothers, the Zichen I told you about is here. This time, we worked together to kill an empty realm expert, more than 10 great perfection realm experts, more than 20 small perfection realm experts, and dozens of realm lords. Consider it revenge for you and Sister Duxing. You can rest in peace now." Hearing these words, Zichen felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Evidently, in front of the enormous Yang family, the 3 of them were simply too insignificant and helpless. Today, they killed an empty realm expert. Soon, more empty realm experts would appear. If the empty realm experts were not enough, there might be profound realm and spirit realm experts. Moreover, such a huge family would definitely have an honorable. Supremes were also venerables. They were incomparably powerful existences. It was unrealistic for the three of them to challenge such a clan. However, Zichen was unwilling to leave just like that. No one would be willing to leave just like that. After pondering for a while, the monk was still talking to the remnant soul. Zichen came closer and said, "Brothers, you are the monk's brothers, so you are also my brothers. I promise you now that this matter is not over yet. The Yang family will have to pay a heavier price for this." The monk turned to Zichen and asked, "You have a way?" Chapter 1818. In the hall of the Yang family, the atmosphere was very tense. Yang Luo knelt on the ground, looking at the shattered soul tablets, his face pale. Dead. The people he sent were all dead. Not a single one was left alive. Even Empty Realm was killed. That was Empty Realm. In the era when the mystic world and spirit world did not appear, Empty Realm was the true master, the absolute power of the Yang family. Other than that, there were more than 100 sector lords. This was a force that could wipe out a city and wipe out all life in it. But such a powerful force did not kill a monk. Instead, they were all killed by a monk. Now that he knew he was part of the Yang family but could not represent the entire family, Yang Luo knew very well what the death of so many sector lords meant. It meant that the power of the branch that his father represented was severely damaged. How could this be? That monk is just a lesser perfection. How could he kill Empty Realm? Yang Luo felt that his thoughts were not enough. A thick chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He had never seen such a terrifying existence and never encountered such a difficult problem. As for his father, he had been silent for a long time. In Yang Luo's memory, this was the first time he saw his father silent for such a long time. Family head, the matter has been investigated. Other than the monk, he had two helpers. A shadow appeared in the hall and turned into a figure. Two helpers. Is it Empty Realm? The middle-aged man, who was the family head of the Yang family, asked. Although there were 4 realms of sector lords, at the level of the mystic world and spirit world, they would be in a state of seclusion all year round and almost never appear in the world. The strongest sector lords out there were almost all from Empty Realm. For example, he himself was only from Empty Realm. But once he stepped into the mystic world, he would pass on the position of family head and then go into seclusion for a long time. In the past, Yang Luo had been his ideal candidate, but after what had happened, he hesitated. The man paused and said, "Just. Lesser perfection sector lord." What? Lesser perfection sector lord? Are you kidding me? Such an existence can kill Empty Realm. Without waiting for the family head to speak, Yang Luo refuted excitedly. We don't know if they are hiding their strength, but from what we can see, they are indeed lesser perfection sector lords. One of them attacked outside the city and instantly killed a group of sector lords. We suspect that he is an Emperor Realm beast tamer. Emperor level beast tamer. That's right. There aren't any corpses on the battlefield, but judging from the traces of the battle, a sovereign should have made a move. Hearing this, Yang Luo clenched his teeth and said, "That damned monk, he's just from the lower realms. He doesn't have any friends here, so why would a beast tamer help him? Go investigate the origins of those two people," the Yang family head said. Yes. Now that things had developed to this point, it was obvious that regret was useless. Moreover, the other party had made the Yang family suffer such a huge loss, so it was impossible for them to continue to resist. The biggest possibility was to run away. The Yang clan's patriarch sighed. Ever since he took charge of the Yang clan had never suffered such a big loss. The loss of an Empty Realm cultivator almost made his heart bleed. Turning around to look at Yang Luo, whose face was filled with resentment, the patriarch shook his head. Yang Luo's character had long been formed, and it wasn't something that could be changed with just a few words. The loss this time was huge, but it was still within the range of the patriarch's tolerance. This was also the reason why the other elders didn't immediately come forward to question him. In fact, He knew very well that the elders couldn't wait for more people to die here, and it would be best if more empty realm cultivators died. Find them, we must find them. Issue a reward. This time's loss can't be forgotten just like that. On the same day, a new reward was issued. This time, it was no longer a reward for one person, but 3. The rewards for weapons and emperor skills were tripled. Other than that, the reward for clues was also increased to 10 to 100. Don't go out for a few days. After glancing at young Luo, the patriarch turned around and left. The monk was so fierce that young Luo wouldn't go out even if he was beaten to death. Back then, the monk had said that he would make him suffer a fate worse than death. The next day, early in the morning, an old man angrily came to the patriarch's residence and slammed a piece of paper on the table. He said angrily, "Yang Yongqing, look at what your precious son has done." Being called by his name, Yang Yongqing couldn't help but frown. He said unhappily, "Great elder, pay attention to your status. What status do you think I have? You're the patriarch of the patriarch, yet you allow your good son to ruin our young clan's reputation. Come and see what this is." The great elder changed his usual kindness and said angrily. Yang Yongqing went forward, took the paper and looked at it. His face immediately became ugly. On it was a detailed record of young Luo's cultivation method, and at the same time, it also recorded the crimes that young Luo had committed over the years. In addition to the massacre of the Miao clan, there were 5 other massacres. In addition to that, it also recorded some missing people, who were also kidnapped by young Luo and used to cultivate cruel cultivation methods. Nonsense, it's really nonsense. This is intentional to ruin the Yang clan's reputation. Yang Yongqing looked back at the great elder and said coldly, "After seeing this kind of thing, you should quickly destroy it and then catch the person who spread the rumors and kill him to protect our Yang clan's reputation. You shouldn't have come here to shout." The great elder smiled coldly and said, "Destroy? How can I destroy it? Now the whole city is filled with this kind of thing. Almost everyone has one. Do you think I should kill everyone in the city? Besides, whether this is nonsense or not, you know best, and your precious son also knows." Although the things that Yang Yongqing had done for young Luo were very secretive, it was impossible to avoid the eyes and ears of these patriarchs. "What do you want?" Yang Yongqing narrowed his eyes and stared at the first elder. Light flashed in his eyes. Then, he smiled and said, "Should I ask what you want?" "We don't want anything, we just want to protect the Yang clan's reputation. As for this matter, I'm just here to remind you. If it gets out of hand, when the main family comes, you have to think about how to deal with it." With that, the great elder turned and left, leaving behind a gloomy Yang Yongqing. On the same day, papers were floating all over the city. After people picked them up, they found that they recorded all of young Luo's deeds in detail, including the main reason for the battle and the situation of the Miao clan's destruction. The matter was written clearly and logically. The only thing missing was evidence. As for evidence, the cultivators who had lived in the city for a long time would have their own thoughts. When the Miao clan was destroyed, the Du brothers hadn't broken through to the World Lord realm yet. That monk was still in the battlefield of despair. If that's the case, it's really impossible. Of course it's impossible. The Miao clan had a world lord. How could those two be killed? Also, it's said that the Miao clan's Miao Yi is an outstanding beauty. Young Luo does seem very evil. Maybe he really cultivated some evil path technique. Right now, in the huge Yang Sky City, almost everyone was talking about young Luo. However, in the midst of the discussion, many people chose to remain silent. Among these silent cultivators, many of them had women who had disappeared from their clans. However, they seemed to have disappeared into thin air without any clues. Yang clan? Young Luo? The entire city was talking about it. And this was Zi Chen's first step of revenge. Originally, many of the world lords who were prepared to accept the mission had to consider the contents of the paper. If it was true, the Yang clan had done so much evil. If they helped, they would be helping the Avilders. Although many people had done such things before, they were all in the dark. Under such an obvious situation, they couldn't do it. While the Yang clan sent people to clarify the matter, They also increased the number of people searching. Actually, there was no need to purposely search. Chen and the rest didn't intend to hide. They were in the Harse mountain range. On the first day, 10 world lords who tried to approach the mountain range were killed. There were only 2 world lords from the Yang clan. The remaining 8 were all there for the reward. Among the 10 who died, there were 3 small perfection. On the second day, 8 world lords died. 2 of them were small perfection. They were all killed from a distance. They didn't even see each other's faces. On the third day, all the foreign world lords gave up on the mission. The reward was good, but it couldn't compare to their lives. Since the foreign world lords weren't willing to take action, only the Yang clan's world lords were left. As expected, on the third day, there were 2 more great perfection in the team, and 1 more empty realm. Everyone began to team up and move forward. The others followed from afar. As soon as they reached the edge of the Harse mountain range, they saw arrows flashing, swords flying, and spears flashing. The world lords who were moving forward were immediately killed. This scene shocked everyone. Empty Realm was able to resist. He shouted and rushed toward the Harse mountain range. But the arrows that appeared after were very deadly. He was in a very bad shape and had to retreat immediately. Even Empty Realm had to retreat. Everyone was shocked. However, at the very next moment, something that shocked all of them happened. A young man rushed out of the Harse mountain range. He was only at lesser perfection level, yet he held a longbow and kept shooting arrows at the Empty Realm. Empty Realm was dodging in a very bad shape. While blocking, he was finally pierced through the heart by an arrow and died. Looking at the dead Empty Realm, everyone was shocked to the point of speechlessness. They then looked at the young man, who took away Empty Realm's body and his imperial weapon. In their eyes, imperial weapons were almost priceless, but the young man got 3 of them in one day. At this point, everyone understood that the monk had a helper, who was so young and so powerful. After cleaning up the battlefield, the young man turned around and said to the world lords who were watching the battle, "Go back and tell me that this is not over yet. Yang Yongqing, since you have the ability, even if your son has committed heinous crimes, don't be afraid of others knowing. You can decide whether this is true or false. If you are willing to help the tyrant, then come. Also, Yang Yongqing, as the head of the family, can't you send more empty realms? Sending them one by one is not satisfying." This was obviously a provocation, but the young man had the right to do so.